I would like to recognize one of our longtime employees, Dean Zettelmeyer, and his family. Dean has been an employee of the town of Seneca Falls for over 33 years in different capacities. As a police officer, then as a part-time police officer, and for the last 5 years as the zoning and planning official for the town. And on behalf of the board, on behalf of the community of Seneca Falls, Dean, we'd like to wish you the very best in retirement and good health. And you're young enough to make things keep going for yourself, not in the town of Seneca Falls, but in other endeavors. And we just want to thank you for your many, many years of service and wish you nothing but good health and good luck. Thank you. We have some cake for Dean. We're going to I'd ask you to come up and please get a piece. We're going to eat and do things on the fly but please take a few moments, grab a piece of cake, and enjoy in Dean's retirement. Next thing we're going to move on to is Chief Pinstra has some awards to be given out. We're very proud to be recognizing our police officers. Chief?
Everybody hear me?
Yeah.
That working good? Okay. Thanks for everybody for coming tonight. We're going to start out with Officer Fleming. If you could please step up to the podium. All right, it is my privilege and honor to inform you that your hard work in detecting under the influence drivers has earned you distinguished 2019 Seneca County Stop DWI Officer Award. So just to clarify, we had no awards for the 2019 year, and we're just catching up on them due to COVID. Your productive efforts to remove impaired drivers from roadways in Seneca Falls is evident in your statistics from 2009 with 5 DWI arrests. Officer Fleming, you are a hardworking officer that was able to achieve this award even though you didn't graduate from the Finger Lakes Law Enforcement Academy until August of the same year. Congratulations on this award, which reflects your hard work, dedication, and commitment to keeping our community and roadways safe in Seneca Falls. Congratulations. Officer Fleming? Yes. You're like, congratulations. Officer Clear. We're going to move on to the 2020 Stop DWI Officer of the Year. Catching up. It is my privilege and honor to inform you that your hard work in detecting driving under the influence drivers has earned you the distinguished 2020 Seneca County Stop DWI Officer of the Year Award. Your productive efforts to remove impaired drivers from roadways in Seneca Falls is evident in your statistics for 2020. Officer Clear, you made 12 DWI arrests in 2020, including 2 arrests for DWAI drugs. This is your second Seneca County Stop DWI Officer of the Year Award, having received your first in 2018. In addition to your arrest for intoxicated and drug-impaired drivers, you have also led the department this year in property checks and parking signs. Congratulations on the award, which reflects your hard work, dedication, and commitment to keeping our community and roadways safe in Seneca Falls. Congratulations. Tom's plaque has not arrived yet from Seneca County Stop DWI, but I have an award letter here to present it. Congratulations. Officer Bergdorf. This award is for excellent police service. It is my privilege and honor to present to you Seneca Falls Police Department's Distinguished 2020 Excellent Police Service Award. Excellent Police Service Award is presented to employees who have distinguished themselves by actions that are beyond those required for his or her position, which results in a significant contribution towards the betterment of Seneca Falls Police Department and its members. One criteria needed in order to receive this award is to enhance the department's public image. Your ability and willingness to speak with those who live and visit Seneca Falls with a calm, friendly, empathetic voice helps build a strong community partnership. You have distinguished yourself as a leader in the department regarding community interactions. I take this opportunity to thank you for providing outstanding service to the citizens and visitors of the town of Seneca Falls with integrity and professionalism. You are hereby awarded the Seneca Falls Police Department Excellent Police Service Award for your outstanding policing efforts through the 2020 year. Last one. Officer Clear again. This award is for the 2020 Officer of the Year. It is my privilege and honor to present to you the Seneca Falls Police Department Distinguished 2020 Officer of the Year Award. The Officer of the Year Award is presented to sworn members based on competent, consistent, and outstanding service throughout the year. Officer Clear, you have continued to distinguish yourself without hesitation as the ongoing officer in charge of your shift. You have provided excellent knowledge and assistance to those officers under your command by providing efficiency for the department and showcasing diligence and professionalism towards members of the community. Complaints handled by you and your shift are done thoroughly and effectively. Your officer awareness and officer safety are noted as exemplary as well. You have distinguished yourself as a model officer for those officers on your shift in your community. You are patient, knowledgeable about laws, case law, and policies that provide for continued and excellent department efficiency and provide for exemplary example of police service in this community. Your conduct throughout your career has always been professional and polite towards members of the community, even when the same demeanor is not reciprocated by those you interact with. You have consistently displayed a positive attitude at work with your peers and supervisors and created a positive work environment for other members of your shift. These attributes showcase the kind of professionalism all officers should aspire to exhibit for any police agency. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for providing outstanding service to the citizens and visitors of the town of Seneca Falls with integrity and professionalism. You are hereby awarded the Seneca Falls Police Department Officer of the Year for your outstanding efforts throughout the 2020 year.
Thank you, Chief. Officer Clear, Officer Bergdorf, Officer Fleming, on behalf of the board and our community, congratulations. You do us proud every day, and we encourage you to keep up the good work and stay safe out there. Families of police officers and family of Dean, you're more than welcome to stay. I would completely understand if you left. I understand that completely. But we're going to start on with our agenda. So we have a few petitioners tonight. So again, we are into I think we're past the double letters of agenda items. And I ask everybody to be respectful of our 3-minute time period. And our first petitioner tonight will be Mr. Peter Singh. Peter? I think it's on, Peter. I think. Who turned it off?
Thank you. Prior to coming to this meeting tonight, I didn't realize there was something on the agenda, and I think my reason for requesting to speak tonight was a parking issue where I live on John Street with recent restriction signs for parking. But I did take the opportunity to reach out to our highway superintendent, our chief of police, and our supervisor, and Doug Avery, to try and address the issue. And from my understanding, it's on the agenda this evening. I'd like to thank them for what they've done to understand my situation and the residents of John Street from the signs that are posted. So I thank you for that.
Thank you. Just so everyone's clear on this, is that back in the summertime, Chief Peenstra, Dean, Jimmy Peterson, and myself went through the whole town to make everything consistent. So there was laws in our books, but no signage, which made it inconsistent. And then there was signage, but no laws to back it up. So previously, we did some local laws to make everything consistent. And then when we put the signs up, when we finally got them in, obviously some people on John Street, and rightly so, and people on Johnson Street and some other areas, it was a culture shock. So tonight, we have on the agenda local law number 5 to make things consistent on those streets. And as everyone might know, there's a public hearing opportunity 30 days from today. That'll be in our May meeting. And then once that's done and over with, comment, it'll become the law of the land, and the signs will come down and it'll be consistent. Okay? Okay, our next petitioner, Mr. Lazaro. This must be a former town supervisor night, huh? I like it.
Nice to be back. From here.
Mr. Supervisor, Town Board, thank you for this opportunity. When I sent in the email to the clerk, I had put down referendums on contracts. There are 2 different areas I want to speak about tonight. Referendum. Until last week, there has always been a dichotomy between the ingestion of cannabis and the illegal distribution of cannabis. Thanks to the New York State Legislature, this conundrum no longer exists. Therefore, I'm asking this board to form a committee with the goal of opting into this legislation in order to reap the financial gain that this crop can give to us. So I would hope you would all consider that. I have an article here from the winter issue, the 2021 winter issue of the New York State Legislature Committee on Rural Resources. So pass that around. And I think this is an area where we have to look into it sooner than later, because with less revenues coming in, I think we have to reap these financial incentives. Second referendum that I would like to see, I would like this board to vote to approve a referendum to be placed on the November ballot in regards to dissolving the police force or drastically reducing it. With a new police contract on the horizon, already out of control costs are going to skyrocket. With the possible loss of revenue from Central Meadows, we have to start cutting costs. In a town where there are 4 police forces, losing one is not going to jeopardize safety. Look at Lyons. They are doing fine after the dissolution of their police force. So I'd like you to consider that also.
consider a referendum a public referendum to
Public
abolish the police force?
To abolish the police force, yes, or drastically reduce it. I just think it's too costly at this point. Then contracts. Last month, the board voted to give Barton and Judas the contract to be our town engineers, even though they came in with a higher bid. I do have a high regard for B&L, the quality of their work and their professionalism. Mr. Baker is always ready and prepared to give the most up-to-date information on projects. Last week, 2 members of this board spoke in favor of B&L. It was the first time in 8 and 6 years, respectively, that I've heard Mr. Churchill or Mr. Avery speak positively to B&L. This was clearly a vote against Mr. Ferrara, and not as much of a vote for B&L. And one more thing on that. Mr. Avery, you owe an apology to Supervisor Ferrara. Your statement that there was a strange relationship between the supervisor and MRB was a personal attack and did not speak to the issue. As we all know, that in politics and life, there are many strange relationships. It is unkind to say words such as that, and we could all be called out for that. Let those who without sin cast the first stone. Thank you. Good
Thank you, Supervisor Lazaro. Our next petitioner is Allison Stokes, who's going to be speaking about the Frank Ludovico Trail.
My name is Allison Stokes, and my home is directly across the canal and across the street. I'm on the south side of West Baird Street, only 4 houses from the corner. So, and my house at one point was owned by Jacob Chamberlain, an owner of the mill. So I have a plaque on the front door that says owned by Jacob Chamberlain, the historic house. So that's my home, and I'm a Seneca Falls voter. Tonight's town board agenda is the fullest I've ever seen it. The list on the second page is absolutely daunting, so I want to make 2 very brief statements, both pertaining to the trail, which is also what we're looking at. It's just amazing to be watching people walking up and down the trail as we're meeting here. And the first statement, and it's an announcement really, is something that some of you may know, but I think many don't, is that the trail has been adopted by the Girl Scouts. And from where I was sitting, I could see the big sign, and right at the entrance to the trail, as you enter from Ridge Creek Street, right on your left is a big sign. And that changed recently, and I can tell you about that. But at the very bottom of the sign, in the middle of the bottom, it says, adopted by Girl Scout Troop 40421 for their Silver Award, Alexandria Higginbotham and Elizabeth Huff. Yesterday, I met Alexandra Alley, who's in 7th grade, and she's a cadet Girl Scout, and her mom, Katie. And they had hoped that Allie's friend Liz, Elizabeth, could be there with her mother, Laura, but they didn't make it. So the 3 of us walked the trail. I see a couple now with their dog, and we passed so many people out there walking with dogs. It is a community service that the trail gives, and these 2 young middle school girls with their moms, once the pandemic hit in March, they spent, starting in April and May, and then all summer, almost every day on the trail working. That was one thing they could do during the pandemic. They cleaned, they planted, they gardened, they put down seeds. So I learned a lot. We walked for an hour and a half back all the way, and the alley, the student was pointing out many things to me about what they had done, showing all the different things to be done. And both were very distressed by and showed me the vandalism on the trail for the last 2 weeks. And the mom, Katie, had taken many pictures of it. My second statement is to point out how destructive it is to the Ludovico Sculpture Trail that our town supervisor has a practice of referring to the trail as private property. I've heard him say it many times. It's a practice that he uses often. As recently as last Thursday, it was last Wednesday, he had a meeting with Katie and her daughter, Allie, and as Katie reports it, he also stated that since it's private property, he can't do much. And if the town didn't lose the case 5 years ago with the sewers, then he would do more. I gave him pictures of all the damage. I told him I would be getting pictures as often as I could and would be sending them to him. And I do have a set of Katie's pictures if anybody wants to see them. So the fact is that the Ludovico Sculpture Trail is a 501c3 non-for-profit organization, just the way that the Seneca Mills is. The Seneca Mill is in the Women's Natural Hall of Fame. We don't look at that building and talk about the private property it is. It's not private property. It's owned by a federally regulated. You have to follow certain rules in order to be a 501c3. And so when you see, it's there for the public good, for the public use. That's the point I want to make. The 2 points. The Girl Scouts have adopted it. It's there for the public use. And I would urge our supervisor to stop calling it a private property. I think it does harm. It doesn't communicate to this public what it's really all about. Thank you.
So just so we're clear on a couple of things,
Yeah.
okay? Obviously, it's a 501c, but the town of Seneca Falls has no jurisdiction over.
I understand.
That's what I refer to as private property. Hang on. And again, I'm going to say this as respectfully as I can. If you're going to disparage me, okay, with third-hand information, I'm going to take no offense to it every time. I had a very pleasant meeting with Katie and her daughter. I never once told her that she can't come to the board meeting and speak. Never once. Initially, I asked her, why don't we talk first so I know what's going on, so I can get the information. Never once did I say she can't come. I told her I would be meeting with the police chief, which I have done. I have shared the pictures with the police chief. We are working on a strategy to try to patrol it as much as we possibly can, okay? But I never said that they could never come to a meeting and speak publicly about this. Never.
I would like to.
And, one more thing.
Okay.
And I said to them, talk to the 501 Ludovico Trail people and see if they're interested in putting up security cameras so that we can better police the trail. But
You say I have third-hand information. I talked with a woman who talked with you. You had your testimony. She shared with me her testimony.
okay.
And I chose my words very carefully when I wrote it up. I didn't say you said that. I said it was her understanding.
Got it. Okay. All right.
I choose words carefully.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming.
Yes. Oh, sure. You can pass them around. There were 2 different times that in the last 3 weeks that Katie saw and took pictures. So on the back of the pictures, they're dates. They're dated.
This very first picture it's not vandalism on the trail at all, it's
No,
graffiti on the bridge.
bridge invaders.
So that is our problem, I don't know what the
Absolutely.
solution is.
Yep.
Liam Utwala came to us a couple of years ago asking if we would allow them to paint it. And that, not to fault her at all, but it didn't turn. But, you know, the graffiti underneath the bridge is
Town property.
very difficult to look at, and that's town property. And I don't know which side of the river this particular one is on, but
It's a Rumsey Street Bridge.
right, I know that, but it could be this side of the river,
It's
maybe right over here.
Yeah, it's on the east side of the embankment. And there was, you know, I don't know, a couple months ago, we had, I can't remember who brought it to our attention, but somebody had put some racist markings on one of the trees on Little Eagle Trail. And we cleaned that up. When we were made aware of it, we cleaned it up immediately.
I would just like to say one thing. When they told me that there was graffiti on the abutment, and I walked by it, and it had been painted over, there was just a small piece. And when we walked yesterday, she talked about how you have to walk around to the other side of the abutment, because that's full of really very foul stuff. But you don't see it when you're walking the trail unless you just walk around the corner.
Okay. Any privilege of the floor speaker? I'm sorry? Jeff. Oh, Jeff. You here, Jeff? Yeah, I'm here, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to me tonight. Sorry for the late notice. My name is Jeff Wilkes. I am a former chairperson of the Town of Seneca Falls Planning Board. Currently a member of the committee that started out as the parking committee. It's evolved into a development review committee. Along with Dan Eno, who is the current chair of the zoning board, and hopefully Frank Riziki, who is here, who is the current chair of the planning board. And I think I'm speaking for both Dan and Frank. But first thing I'd like to do is thank the board for taking the actions that you've already taken to change our local laws in two very important ways from the standpoint of our committee. One is updating the parking requirements in our zoning ordinance to be more in tune with common practice and what we believe is good planning. The second important change she made was changes to the law to allow for mixed use in the downtown area, which we've seen a lot of proposals come before our board for people that want to do really good things in downtown. But because of the way our current development laws are written, it was against the law. It was against our local law. So those two changes, I think, are important things to help development and the future of the town of Seneca Falls. So that was the easy part, thank you. And since I know you don't have enough on your agenda, I wanted to just put in a pitch for what is next on our agenda as the Development Review Committee. And that is to keep going, moving toward additional changes, low-hanging fruit, that we can make to the development laws to make it easier and better for the town. And I've actually got 3 specific examples that we'd like to tackle next. The first is a relatively simple one, and that's the ability to seek alternates. Currently, the board has alternate members appointed. However, we can't bring, if one of our board members is absent for a meeting, we can't seat that person and have them be a voting member. So that can leave us short of a quorum, even though we've got alternates who've been appointed by this board sitting in the audience. So we'd like that local law change to give the chairperson the ability to seat an alternate to any vacant seat that night of the meeting. The next one's getting more complicated. The second one that we suggest looking into currently, any subdivision in the town needs to come before the planning board to be approved. So the simplest example here is, there's a nice old lady, she's got a corner lot, big corner lot. She, because of where her fence is and where her neighbors are, she wants to give 5 feet on the wrong side of her fence to one neighbor and do a similar adjustment. All the lots still meet all the requirements of zoning. It's wonderful. There's no problem that any of the planning board members have with it. We think there should be a change in the way the law is written, so that those kind of really simple administrative things can be handled directly by code enforcement officer. And I know that Dean is retiring, we'll talk about that tonight, but whoever the replacement is for that, there are certain things that we don't need to hold up progress. We don't need to wait for a month to let neighbors solve things that really don't affect anything other than their own happiness. The third improvement that we're looking to make, and this is the big one, this is the one where we'd be looking for the town to invest in some more professional assistance, and that is updating the definitions that are in our zoning code and the zone boundaries. So our zoning code currently has boundaries and definitions about what you can do within each of those boundaries. Those boundaries and those definitions are not consistent with the comprehensive plan that the town has in place. And we'd like to get those boundaries and definitions consistent with the comprehensive plan. The simplest one of those is mixed use in downtown, which again, the comprehensive plan speaks directly to, but wasn't allowed in the law until he recently made that change. There are several more of those that are more complicated because that was just a neat, easy one without getting into any bigger issues. But we'd like to, again, move forward with identifying, coming back to the board with some more suggested changes. So, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to field them.
No, this was perfect, this was great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm here for you every couple of months, or a couple of weeks.
Dan, thank you.
Or my replacements.
Rotate the duties, but thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Frank.
Dan and Jim and Frank, thank you for your work on this. Just to bring everybody up to date, remember the board, we allocated $15,000 about, I don't know how long ago, 7 months ago, to start looking at our zoning and planning things, and reformed a committee with zoning board members and planning board members and community members, and working with the MRB group on going through everything to start moving us in the right direction. Our objective is to be as pro-business as we possibly can be. We're competing with every other small community in New York and other areas, so that's been our goal. I provided you with a proposal to continue this work. We're nowhere near being done yet, but this would be the next step to continue the work. Some of the things that Jeff had mentioned would be included. If we move forward, we would get the committee back together and start strategizing as how we move forward and what areas we're going to look at. So I think that is all.
I got one quick question, Mike. If somebody was to put solar on your property, what would the property be classified as? Residential, agricultural, or commercial? Excuse me?
It's not.
It's not?
So when we talk about definitions in zoning law,
Yeah.
there is in our current zoning law no solar power. It doesn't exist in our zoning law.
It's happening.
Jeff,
Didn't exist in 1970.
please make no solar what?
So there is no clearly defined place for solar power under our current zoning law.
It's happening.
But there is a provision for electric power and generation. And that's under a special use permit under the A1 and
Any
A2
solar
zones.
project that's moving forward right now is gone through planning and zoning, secra, it's all
All of it? everything in Seneca County has gone through?
I don't say Seneca County, I say what's happening in Seneca Falls. Every town is different.
Everything has gone through where it's all legit, right?
Correct.
Okay.
The town, Seneca Falls Planning Board and Zoning Board of Appeals, we both had to approve them, have approved both of the solar farms that have been submitted and approved so far. They were approved as electric power generation, where allowed under the zoning law as it's currently written.
Okay, so the two big projects here in Seneca Falls, or Seneca County, or in town.
Seneca Falls, Seneca County's a lot bigger.
Right, there's one on 5 and 20, and then there's one on the gravel,
There's one on Gravel Road on this side of 318. that's
Right, yeah.
Approved, and one was just
Approved on 5 and 20.
No, Garden Street Extension.
Oh, Garden Street Extension, okay, I heard different. I heard there was one on 5 and 20 coming in.
Not the town of Seneca Falls that I know.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm glad you clarified that. Okay,
There are other projects coming in at 5 and 20.
there is other projects coming in on
Not
5.
solar farms.
Oh, not solar?
No.
Oh, okay, all right.
Too many conversations going on.
Okay.
One on Gravel Road, yes. And then there's one on Garden Street?
Garden Street Extension.
There's Gravel Road, there's 5 and 20, they're constructing it now. That was approved, 2 years ago, I believe.
2 or 3 years ago.
2 years?
Yes, and they're starting to construct it now. The one on Garden Street is almost complete. Site plan was approved, they have to go through zoning now. I mean, special use permit, and that's it. They'll do it.
Is it on the Barberry property?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Hi, Joe. I didn't recognize you.
Hi, Joe. Didn't know it was you. Hi, Linda.
Okay, folks, we gotta move on. Mr. Avery?
Yeah, just very quickly, just go back to Jeff for a second. Is there, I mean, it would never have occurred to me, and maybe it's to me, that if we appointed an alternate to the committee, that they couldn't use them? Or is that
They can only be seated if we don't have a quorum, which means we need, that's 2 people. We don't have a simple majority, so we don't have a quorum. That's when I can seat an alternate. What we would like to propose is that you can seat that alternate if a member is absent for any reason. It basically gives you a full board, it gives the applicant the opportunity. Yes.
Even if we already had a quorum, you could just replace.
The way it's worded now is, they only get seated if they need to be seated in order to get to a quorum.
And that's local law.
And then you would have a bare minimum number of people. That's how the law is worked again.
Maybe it's not as simple as I thought. I was gonna say, can we get started on that right now? But, okay.
So Mike, I just want to clarify, there's no other thing on the table about any solar going on 5 and 20 outdoors where I live, correct? And
Not that I'm aware of.
That's been approved.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all right.
Nothing gets approved unless it goes through planning and zoning.
Okay, all right, that's all I wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, approval of minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the Citizen Advisory Committee meeting of February 17, 2021? Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Can I have a motion for town board regular monthly meeting for March 2nd, 2021? Thank you. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. I make a motion we accept the dog control officer report for the month of March. Can I have a second, please? Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. I make a motion that we accept the zoning officer's report prepared by Tim Rose for the month of, and Nikki, I imagine, right? All you? All Tim? Collaborative effort, right? Okay. Anyways, zoning officer's report for the month of March. Can I have a second, please? Second. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Thank you. Councilwoman Dyson.
I make a motion that we approve the minutes for the rec center, park and rec. No, we don't have a report.
Don't have a report. I didn't have, until tonight. We have been absent of a commissioner or recreation director, so there is no report. Missy Jones is here. Missy, anything that you'd like to report to the board and the community over the last few weeks that we should know about?
No, I've been in contact with the health department as far as moving forward with our summer camps and summer programs, and they've been very supportive, giving me a lot of information. And it looks like we can definitely go forward with like a summer play program. Obviously, after we speak to the board, or I speak to the board and decide on it together, but it looks like we can definitely still go forward with programs. And
Yes, about
The workout room is open?
I'm sorry?
The workout room is open?
That's open, yes, and we've had some nice
filters
traffic
have been
flow through there.
installed, new filters.
Yeah, we have the new filters installed, and
Basketball done, correct?
basketball's done successfully.
All right, thank you. So I guess we don't have to approve the report. Councilman Avery.
Move that we accept the highway department's report for the month of March as submitted.
Second.
Yeah, I just got a couple things. May 24th is going to be our spring cleanup. That's for weeds and brush only. And I'd like to say something about the Rumsey Street Bridge. I worked with the chief here last summer. We painted both of those abutments on both sides of the canal because the chief had called me and there's a lot of vandalism. We spent a lot of money on paint to paint those, the graffiti that was up there. So we were on that, the chief and myself worked on that. Just so you know.
We also had trail cams out there for a few weeks trying to figure out who was doing it. One of the trail cams walked off, and which happens. That's why we put the cheaper versions out there. But yeah, they're more expensive. But,
Well, I think by the sounds of things, I didn't realize it keeps going as a reoccurring thing. We might want to talk about maybe trying to get some security in that area of the bridge embankment. Security camera.
it's a very difficult place to keep
Okay. So we're going to beef it up, right?
Absolutely.
Cameras on the pigeon.
But the day after you painted it,
Well, that's what we did. As soon as he painted it, we put cameras down there, and it was pretty quiet. And now it's picked back up again. So we'll see what we can do.
Anything else, Jim?
No.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Councilman Churchill.
Yes, I move that we accept the assessor's report as presented.
Okay. Debbie, anything to add to your report?
Yeah, I'd just like to know when we have grievance, if I'm all set with Nikki and
Yeah, sure, all set.
courtroom? Okay, thank you. May 25th.
And Debbie and I are going to be meeting with a gentleman from Buffalo Friday morning, I think at 9 o'clock. And he's going to give us an idea about some different cost projections for reevaluation of our properties. He does this for a living. So just want to hear him what he has to say, his thoughts, what degrees he recommends, etc. And Debbie will be coming back to you in May with some type of suggestions and recommendations for the town reeval that we've been talking about.
Is the old Side Falls Police Station still for sale?
It is for sale. It's, we have a contingency offer on it, contingent upon some grants from the downtown revitalization. We're going to be, I have a proposal tonight to do something temporarily with it, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Mr. Morel, you want to defer or you want to go?
Yeah, other matters are on the agenda.
Councilman Avery.
I move that we accept the water and sewer department's report as submitted.
No, I won't, okay.
Discussion, questions? Anything to add, Mr. Trudeau?
Nothing there.
Nothing there. I know you have a few resolutions tonight, and we have some stuff from B&L tonight, and related to water and sewer, so we will cover that basis there. Any questions?
Joe, with that water main break on Cuba Street, or Auburn Road, or whatever.
Yep.
At the point, does every water main break result in water safety problems for nearby residents?
No,
No. Okay. How is that determination made?
I don't know what you mean by water safety.
Going
in basements?
Why on some we end up with a boil water advisory for,
Oh.
and some we
So
don't?
boil water would be if people's water was off for 4 hours.
No.
So they had no water for 4 hours, it would be a boil water.
That's clear. Thank you.
All in favor, please say
I had
aye.
my wife filling every container in the house, so, because I wasn't home. And she did a good job. She did a good job.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Councilman DeLeus, Town Justice Report.
Make the move that we approve the town justice reports from both judges.
I second that. Dave, anything to add to this?
No.
They're getting, continue to go closer to 100%, you know that. Okay. If there's no questions, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilman DeLeus, Public Safety, please.
Make the motion we accept the report from the police chief. I don't think there was anything else to be added, was it, chief?
I'll second that. Chief?
Just a couple things coming up this week, April 8th through the 12th is you drive, you text, you pay. We'll be out there enforcing any kind of distracted driving, cell phone usage, texting while driving, emailing while driving. We'll be out there enforcing that. We have patrols that we receive through grants that pay for overtime specifically just to enforce this during that week period. So not a good thing to do it ever, but certainly don't do it that way. Saturday, April 24th, we'll be down at Kinney Drugs between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. collecting prescription drugs. Any unused, unwanted prescription drugs will be at Kinney Drugs in Seneca Falls, 2085 State Route 5, collecting those unwanted prescription drugs.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Peter, engineer report. I want to, Peter, ask you, can we pass Peter a microphone? Please. Well, first of all, Peter, I'm sorry. I'm going to make a motion. We accept the engineer report for the month of March. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Peter?
Everything on the report, it looks like is going to be covered later on in the agenda. We can certainly talk about it. The only thing, well, there's one item on the Safe Routes to School project. Bids were received, reviewed, and we're in the process of making recommendation for the low bidder concrete slip line tank. They came in within the engineer's estimate. That process is undergoing to award that work. And I think right now the expectation is that we finish start and then completion sometime in the fall, late October is the current time frame. Beyond that, everything I have, I think is going to be covered on later in the agenda. Our agreement, and some other options we've talked about. We recently sat down with Joe and yourself, Supervisor, and Supervisor or Councilman Avery to kind of talk about some of the projects we have in the pipe with water and sewer.
Okay, as you guys can see from the report, there's a lot of things that have been in the pipeline that are starting to come to fruition and hopefully start working, get work completed on it, type of thing. There's a couple of items that we're going to ask for your approval tonight, and one of them is a NYSERDA program that when we get to that on the agenda, Peter, you can probably explain that better than I can.
That's all.
Okay? And then also on the agenda tonight is approval of the agreement with B&L for engineering services for the 2021 year. And then also approval for continuing work on the Kingdom Road pump station. So we'll get to those under those reports. Thank you, Peter. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. I make a motion we accept MRB grant writing services report for the month of March. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Emily?
We are working on the two Bridge New York grant applications for the town, as well as the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee on behalf of the police department. And we'll keep you updated.
Okay. We are working on Bridge New York grants, correct?
Yes,
For Rumsey Street Bridge
and the culvert.
and the culvert,
Yes.
right? Okay. And the culvert one has to be in by April 15th?
Next Wednesday.
Okay. All right. And I know B&L has been providing some information as well on some of the stuff, type of thing, or hopefully we're going to get that, and so we can get everything wrapped up. Okay. Any questions there? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Seneca Falls Development Corporation, Councilman Avery.
Now, really two things. One is the DRI, which is still suspended. The project, we keep talking about it. Joelle and Greg keep talking to the state about it. The money is coming. I can't for the life of me understand what the delay is, but it's their ballgame, the thing is in their hands, so we wait. But I swear it can't be much longer, but that's just me talking. The second thing is the farmer's market. The first date for the farmer's market is June 15th. We've been told that the market can operate back to pre-pandemic levels, so there should be plenty of vendors down there. With lots of fresh produce and everything you look for in a farmer's market. So we're excited to get that going.
Okay. Okay. Any questions? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Councilman Avery, why don't you proceed with waste management or?
So what's the question, Mike?
I'm
I
sorry.
have a question. What are the hours going to be of the farmer's
I
market?
think 3 to
'Cause
7.
it used to be early and people
Right.
coming from work couldn't use it, so
Right. It was moved to later hours.
I'm just wondering if that's still
We're
up.
going to stay with the later hours. I don't operate it, but I think
I
it
didn't
starts
think
at
you did.
3 and goes till sundown or so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, basically, as we get towards dusk, as long as the vendors are willing to stay, they'll stay.
Yeah.
But I believe it's going to start at 3 o'clock. Everybody seemed to be in favor of that late
Yeah.
time shift to later time. When people, it was more accessible to people.
Right. Thank you.
Yep.
Very much.
Councilman Avery, waste management?
The Waste Management Advisory Committee has been focusing on getting an organic recycling program started. We started, the totes were dropped off this week, actually yesterday, I believe, for restaurants. It was the first wave of restaurants. There are 5 actually, because Parker's and Eastport Mall are the same, under the same ownership and right next to each other, so they'll share totes. El Bio, the Mexican restaurant, is on board, and the deli is on board, and also Cafe 19. And so what they'll be doing is that a company called Natural Upcycling has dropped off designated totes, and they'll fill those with organic waste that would otherwise be going to the landfill. And the same company will come around on a weekly basis, empty the totes into what looks like a garbage truck, but clean out the totes and then put them back. And then the material is taken to either a composting facility in Cayuga County or a waste to energy facility that they're associated with. So, and right now, for the next couple of weeks, it's just restaurants. but we're interested in getting a residential program started too. And so there would be, and you know, we're still working on where the totes will be, where people can use them. And you would take your organic material there, and the same process would take place. It would be picked up weekly, containers would be washed out and all that stuff, and it would be taken away, and therefore taken out of your kitchen to the landfill trash. So we haven't worked out all the bugs yet, including whether or not we can do it. We've got to look at town code and make sure that it's legitimate for us to do that for a residential program, but stay tuned, because we'll have one yesterday.
Can I come get some of that stuff from my pigs?
Yeah. That's not the plan, but, you know.
I got some land we can dump it out, so it can be decomposed.
You know, and that's what we tried to do some
Yeah.
years ago, and we're told that by code we could not.
If you ever want composting, you can contact gentlemen up here, and also the school, Barb Reese, has a composting operation.
Yeah, you know what, we should put it in like a, you know, the town owns all kinds of vacant property, like the old Wolf Pool, put it there, and then the residents can come and get to their own compost around the garden, or whatever. Now you got that property up there that's still running the lights, mowing property, you got the town people every time. Use some of that land instead of paying.
All right, okay, let's go.
Wasting money, taxpayers' money.
Dan Babbitt was involved in it the last time.
You can catch me on Facebook and I can give you some answers.
Yeah, okay.
Plus my answers, whatever.
All right, we'll deal with it that way. But, then if you want to compost, we'll have some answers for you too. If your neighbor does, then why bother taking your material to wherever we say to take it? Instead, give it to your neighbor, let him compost.
Yeah.
You give it,
Yeah,
you know,
right.
if you know a
I think
farmer
it's a
who
waste
uses
of
it.
money for the town to pay somebody to put it somewhere else. I mean,
The objective is to take it out of the
the
land.
landfill's got a lot more stuff that, you know, that's biodegradable. I wouldn't be worrying about bringing.
Organics, we're trying to remove the organics, okay?
Okay.
Now, composting is a different process.
Yeah.
We're not in the composting business.
Yeah.
Okay? All right. At the moment, we might be getting there. Okay. Anything else? Councilman Avery?
Okay, stay tuned for the residential program. We may, after that, go back and revisit the restaurant part and see if there are some more that want to get on board.
I understand.
Thank you. The only other outstanding committee we have going on is the Citizen Advisory Committee for the feasibility study of a town manager position. That committee is on hold at the moment. As you may know, the direction was with the board, its approval is to go out and get proposals for a government efficiency study. That'll be on the agenda tonight for approval. That will be awarded tonight, and then when that firm does presents the board with their recommendations and their suggestions, and then that committee will get back together, and I'm sure whatever firm does the study will be using that committee as a resource as well for some of the work we've already done. Okay, very good. Dan, you didn't remind me, so I'm gonna. Do you need to speak?
No?
Okay.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. All right. Number 4, we have communications that everyone sees, a variety of communications, money's deposited and so forth and so on. If anybody has any questions on those, please let me know. Moving to old business, sale.
Want to do a motion to accept it?
Septic communications? Sure thing. I'll make a motion to accept the communications for the month of March. Second, any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to make note that we did receive a communication from the town of Skaneateles requesting that the town not issue a landfill operating permit to Seneca Meadows Incorporated. Just for the record.
Any other questions? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Okay, old business, Pat, make that microphone work, buddy.
Well,
You have to use the microphone.
Okay. So, okay, so,
It's working.
okay.
I don't think it's.
Tap on it.
No. So we got a couple, so there's a, so we still have some of the surplus properties, we have.
It's working.
So we got 115, which is in process, and hopefully we can get that wrapped up here shortly. We had to do some repairs to the property, which have been done since the last meeting, and it's my understanding those have been completed, so we can get that hopefully moving, and I'll have something better to report at the next board meeting.
Oh, come on, no, we got to report that it's sold, but not, can't we? I mean, everything is done. I don't know what the holdup is. Everything is done.
That's what I'm doing. Since the last board meeting, everything's been completed. By the next board meeting, everything.
But I mean, how many repairs were done a couple of weeks ago? I mean, can we finalize this deal?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. So that's what we're
And
trying
you
to do.
having problems with the sellers, the buyer's attorney?
No, I've been in contact with the buyer's attorney, and I need to get them the documents, the final documents over to them, so we can schedule a closing and get this to bed. And then, otherwise, we have 60 State Street, which we will be discussing a bit later, and then 10 Fall is still in limbo.
Thank you for reminding me on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to have to talk about 10 Fall. We have to go to executive session tonight, so that'll be one of the issues we'll be talking about in the executive session, okay? Real estate.
So those are the ones that are active right now.
So the 115 is about to close?
Yes, so that should be closing before our next meeting.
3 hours.
Before our next
She'd
meeting.
be very happy for these 2-3 hours.
That'd be nice, but.
I'm not sure if they're going to be around by the next meeting, so hopefully we got it closed sooner than later.
Mike, does 10 Fall Street still need all that work for the town to get it up for sale?
We've offered 10 Fall Street on numerous occasions in an RFP, and, with an RFP, it was the lowest bidder type of thing, and most of those have fallen through. Ideally, we would love to, with the DRI was going on, we were trying to match up that property for development. We had a couple of interested developers that backed out. The problem is, they all want the whole property. We don't own the whole property. 2 Fall Street is the old hospital. It's held by a private company. So the developers that we've talked to want the whole package. We have no control over 2 Fall Street. So that's basically what that's been. And then COVID hit and nothing has happened. So. Okay. 10 Fall Street, 60. Okay. Where are we with town demands related to SMI?
Okay, so I've had contact with the attorney for Seneca Meadows, and we discussed at the last board meeting that there's been, we did receive a letter back, and they were invoking the host community agreement, which discusses additional requirements for a permit and the possibility of terminating the agreement. And before that happens, there would be an alternative dispute resolution, but it doesn't spell out the specifics of what form that would take. So we talked about that a bit, and otherwise, so we have that ongoing, and I would think that it would be beneficial to discuss this with David Howe. I spoke with him earlier today as well about how the board would want to proceed, going forward with that. But so, ultimately, this would involve meeting with Seneca Meadows first off, I think would be beneficial, but also part of that is going to be determining what format alternative dispute resolution would take, and then presenting our case there. But yeah, that's where we are. At the same time, regarding Seneca Meadows, we also have the appeal that is due to be heard by the Fourth Department shortly, I hope, in the next couple of months. And then there's the ongoing application with the DEC for their expansion, which the town should be involved with.
So, you, David, and Doug, or Stephen, Doug, and Pat, are you gonna, I don't know, who's reaching out to?
Well, what I'd like to propose, I mean, essentially this is what has occurred. We sent a letter, we were holding up the operating permit, 2020 operating permit. We submitted a letter with 2 conditions that we would like to have Seneca Meadows agree to. They essentially replied no to both of those conditions. So the ball's essentially back in our court. I would propose that we, at this juncture, respond to their letter. And I'd like this board, given that we offered these 2 conditions in order to give them their operating permit, I'd like to see this board deny the 2020 operating permit. I don't know if we've seen a request for 2021 yet. Have we, Vicki?
Yes.
We have?
We haven't received that application?
We haven't received an application, we received a check, just a check for the 2020. There might have been a little note,
No, for 2021. Does SMI submit an application for a 2021 permit?
Operating permit.
Operating.
It would have been a multi-page.
No, they did not submit an application, they just submitted an invite.
I'd like to suggest that we essentially deny the 2020 permit based on the fact that they didn't want to meet our requirements.
That would seem to be a reasonable course of action. I said simply put 2020 to bed. They were both reasonable requests that would actually save money from the standpoint of the landfill, and they said no. So, if we don't deny that permit request, which is already passed anyway, then we might as well not have made any request. We might as well not have said anything. We might as well just lay down and let them roll over.
I'm not saying that doesn't make sense, but I am saying the host community agreement specifically addresses the circumstance of the town placing additional requirements on a permit. And what it talks about is, either, it gives the ability of Seneca Meadows to declare the host community agreement terminated, but before they can do that, they're required to, sit down at an alternative dispute resolution to discuss if it is an unreasonable, addition to the permit. So there are procedures laid out for this in the host community agreement, which we're a party to, and strongly recommending that the town adhere to that.
I'd like to recommend that Doug and myself and Pat, we meet next week, go over this issue and bring something back to the board at the next meeting. And if that's a resolution to deny, it's a resolution to deny. If it's a reply letter to SMI, it's another letter. Maybe we should get together and do that.
That would be great, but I'd also take a close look and make sure that you might want to come up at that same meeting with some strategies as to sitting down at the table for some conflict resolution. And, okay, you don't want to do this, well, how about doing this, or, some type of negotiation.
Well, essentially, all we were doing is asking them to comply to New York State DEC regulations, and, demonstrate that they're doing it, and they said no. I mean, that seems like a very reasonable request. So we'll get together this week, have that meeting, and bring something to the board next.
But in the meantime, it should be acknowledged that we're 4 months into 2021 and they haven't even applied for 2021.
I think they have, but I don't think, right, Nikki, we got that? You just said they do?
Here's what I got.
Okay, so on February 2nd, 2021, there's a $250 check made out to the town of Seneca Falls. Attention, Nicoletta Greer, town clerk, renewal license to construct and operate a landfill, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, yes, we do have an application for 2021 as of February 2nd.
Okay. So we'll get a copy of that too? Yeah. That's what we can review.
Okay?
All right.
Okay. Yeah, you all set then? Sure. Yeah. Okay. Kingdom Road, sewer. So last month, we talked about moving forward. We talked about having an RFP developed by B&L. About a week and a half ago, we met with Peter and Eric Kahn from B&L, Doug, myself, and Joe Tulo on multiple projects. There's been a great deal of town of Seneca Falls money invested in engineering design for this project. I'm not going to go through the history that started in 2015, but we're 6 years down the road and still fighting it. But anyway, I would like to have Doug, maybe Doug, you can explain further. I think, well, Doug, go ahead. I'll probably mess it up.
Well, I don't know that, but I don't know what action you're looking for us to do tonight.
Well,
What we talked about.
We're going to eventually need to make a motion to approve B&L to continue with the design for that, right?
Well, what we talked about was the fact that, you know, B&L has done all this work for the town on that project over the course of the year. And if we, although we've talked about moving forward, putting engineering services on large projects out to bid, that it doesn't really make sense to do that here, because if a new engineering firm comes in, they start back at square one. Whereas a lot of the work has already been done. Certainly from Kingdom Road to Sucker Brook has basically been done. Yes, there will have to be updates, but it doesn't have to be reinvented by a new firm. So in my own mind, I knew that if we changed engineering firms, for a while it was going to be messy. If we go to this process of bidding out large projects, for a while, it's going to be messy, simply while because we've got projects in the pipeline. So it's my recommendation, and I think that, you know, we agreed in the meeting, it makes the most sense, even though moving forward, future projects, we're going to put those out to bid, competitive bid, that in this particular instance, it makes the most sense to just leave it in Martin Luther's hands. Is that it?
I think that you captured that very well. As you can see from Peter's report, you know, almost $180,000 has been invested already on different parts of the design. I mean, the Ludovico Trail design was 75% complete, type of thing. So a great deal of money has been invested.
That we have paid.
Already paid.
We have paid money for this, for all this engineering work. We will just be starting over again.
So with that, Pat, can I do this under old business, make a motion for approval of having B&L continue the design work, or do I have to do that under business?
That's just agenda, that's up to you. This is your meeting, it's your agenda. You can do it whenever.
I can do it anywhere.
Mike, isn't that item 2?
Item what?
Just for organization.
I know it's not just a pump station, but.
Which item?
Q.
Q. It very well could be. Yes, it is. Thank you. Okay, you put it down there. Okay. All right. Okay. Last thing under under old business is cold red service. If you remember, we entered an agreement for a communication system for the town. It's up and running. We're going to have some more training. Water, police, and highway, and myself will be receiving some more training on Thursday. But bottom line, it's out there and available. I have a handout for everybody. I'd like you to share that with as many friends as you can. It's going to be on our website. It's going to be in the newspaper, but it's very simple in order to register. And this is for all notifications. We can push out that a sewer line is broke, this road's closed, garbage is not getting picked up today, high wind advisory, whatever. There's all kinds of different things that we would push out. This is above and beyond what 911 does. 911 is an emergency service. This is a communication service. If you want to wish Nikki a happy 70th birthday, we can push that out, type of thing.
Again?
So, it's a very simple thing to do. I've registered. It took me about 90 seconds, and I'm not the most computer literate person going. As I said, I have handouts. I would like to, Missy, could you help me out with these, please? But very simply, it is, you text the word Seneca Falls to a 5-digit number, 99411. And it pops up with a registration form, and you can get yourself registered and ready to go. If your parents or grandparents, school districts do something similar, type of thing, and it's just a notification system, and we're ready to go with it, okay? Just make sure when you look at that, Seneca Falls has to be all one word. It's not case sensitive, but spell check will screw you up a couple times, but it's Seneca Falls all one word in the box that you send out. Okay. New business. Approval of special events, if there aren't any. Modify resolution closing capital projects. I have a resolution here whereas construction of the new town hall municipal building was completed in February of 2017, whereas the band town created to borrow from the tax stabilization reserve has been duly repaid, and whereas it's now appropriate to return the remaining fund balance to the general aid fund and officially close the capital project for the construction of the town hall municipal building. Therefore, be it resolved that the Seneca Falls Town Board does hereby authorize the principal account clerk to transfer the remaining funds in the H account to the general fund A account and to close out this capital project to make appropriate budget modifications. Could I have a second for that, please? Second. Thank you. Discussion, or yes, sir?
Pertaining to the town municipal building, I know for years and years everybody says it was under budget. Can you share what the budget number was to build it and what we paid?
No and no. I can find that information out for you, Brad. I don't have that right here, but I'd be more than happy to find it out and report back to you. I can call you, email you, or I can bring it back.
I think it's something that would interest the taxpayer.
Absolutely.
Especially when you're talking about engineering firms. I've been told by numerous people well over $1 million over budget.
Over budget?
So you're passing a resolution tonight. Does anybody on the board know whether it came on budget or over budget?
Again, the resolution is just to remove that fund, dissolve that fund, that's all.
I'm just saying the taxpayers should know. I would appreciate it.
I have no idea. Didn't the taxpayers know in 2017 or 18 or 19 before I took office?
I'm just asking you a question.
No, I'm just saying, that was never discussed?
I was told by some council members it was under budget.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't have a clue. Dave, you were around, do you know?
We had add-on. All that.
It's what?
We had add-on.
We had add-on. Over budget, so when the add-ons went over, but
I think those are things you look at when you're looking at engineering firms. I think we all know as taxpayers taxpayers, the town, the water reservoir was well over budget. The town was well over budget. Now you're talking about all these engineering expenses going on, and I assume Kingdom Road is tied to 318 and 414. Is it all going to come down through the Kingdom Road pump station?
Well, absolutely, that's the whole idea with the Kingdom Road.
So here we're talking about spending money, and the board hasn't even approached the town of Tyre and the town of Junius. We're going to take all the wastewater from those two municipalities, town of Tyre, town of Junius, through our wastewater facility. 5 years, Joe Tulo, who does a great job, will be here saying, boy, you know what, we need more upgrades. And town of Junius and the town of Tyre are going to be sitting there saying, boy, we got the best deal in the world. Sewage going right to Seneca Falls, and we don't have to pay a penny. I'd like to have the board take that as an action item.
Well, again, but I'll be more than happy to entertain this with you one more time, okay? Again, the town board, previous to this administration, made arrangements for intermunicipal agreements, okay? Second of all, the municipality of Junius and Tyre do not fund it. The users, that's part of the intermunicipal, well, again, only people who sign up to use the sewer line actually pay for it. So as I
taxpayer here.
Brad, let me
Go
finish.
ahead, go ahead.
Brad, please let me finish, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, as I've told you before, the town of Seneca Falls generates $250,000 a year in water or sewer usage fees from the users on this line. That would be the outlet mall, that would be the thruway out on 318, that would be Petro, that would be McGee Diner, that would be the new Love Station, that would be the new dealership, that would be the new Bird Dairy. Those are users that are connected to that. They're just now a couple of private individuals who are going to hook up. Also the new apartments on 318. Those are all users that pay the town.
I'm not here for a debate, I'm just asking you
I'm not.
to take a look at it, whether it's 2017 or 2021. Maybe it's time to take a look at why are two towns in Seneca County getting free wastewater service. The town government has the right to pay. We're spending money out of capital reserves for all these wastewater projects.
They're not getting free wastewater service.
I'm talking about the town of Junius. I'm talking about the town of Tyre. I'm not talking about users.
But they're not, but nor are they generating waste. The users are generating waste.
So are you telling me, Doug, that I, as a taxpayer, none of my taxes go into the upgrade of that water and sewer facility or this Kingdom Road project? Is it all because it's just for my user fees? Go ahead and answer. And I'm not trying to start a debate tonight. It's an opportunity. Turn the ship around, send it back up 318, 414.
Rip up the contract?
Why not? You're talking about no contract with SMI.
I've never heard of an intermunicipal agreement just thrown out the window.
Well, I'll tell you what, maybe this board will look at it a little bit differently. I've got a lot of.
Well, I'll find out when it expires, and I'll be happy to revisit it with them.
In other words, you're not listening.
I'm listening.
I'm just saying it's an opportunity.
Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean I'm not listening. Okay? And I'm not debating with you. I'm just giving the people the facts so that everyone has the facts and how much money that generates. That's all. Just facts, nothing more. Okay. All right. I forgot where I was. B? We didn't vote on it. Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Carried. I have a resolution here to adjust wage for light MEO, heavy MEO, and heavy MEO mechanic. Whereas the town board of Seneca Falls did reclassify Daniel Leclerc and Ernie Tillman to light MEO, and whereas the town of Seneca Falls town board did reclassify Tim Pagano to heavy MEO and James Duffy to heavy MEO mechanic, and whereas these classifications result in a change of grade in the wage and salary, therefore be resolved that the Seneca Falls town board is hereby authorized a wage adjustment of 50 cents per hour for the light MEO than $1 per hour for the heavy MEO and heavy MEO mechanic. Be it further resolved that the current stipend being paid to James Duffy to fulfill the role of MEO mechanic be added to his hourly wage instead of being paid as a stipend, since Mr. Duffy is appointed officially to the position of heavy MEO mechanic. This amount is 54 cents per hour. Have a second for that, please?
Second.
I will let the Personnel Committee, Mr. Delayas or Councilman Avery, anybody has any questions, they can answer.
This is the end of the process of dealing with the job categories and their descriptions and the wages for the highway department. They were in limbo for a long time because they were actually looking at unionizing, and while they were doing that, we could not talk wages or anything else with them. So they've since subsequently, early last year, dropped that. They moved a step back from that. And so we finally gotten in and done some things that probably should have been done a long time ago, but couldn't be touched. So the first thing we've done is with Jim's help, and Bev Werfel's help also, is to expand the number of job classifications in the highway department. So now we have everything from a light MEO to the heavy MEO mechanic. The heavy MEO means MEO is machine equipment operator. They can operate everything we have, and then the one person, he owns over the cares. Some of these other people, they can't operate the heaviest equipment that we have. They may be able to drive a plow truck, they may be able to work a bobcat, but the large earth moving equipment, so on, that they can't. So this is to expand the number of job categories to more, to better reflect what we have on staff, and then there are some salary adjustments that have been long overdue because we couldn't talk salary with them. So this is the end of the process, I assure you.
We also went through the county too.
Yep. The county has to be a part of job classification changes that we've had done.
So there's obviously been no money budgeted for this change. So where does that money come from?
Jim's account.
Do you have a contingency?
Yeah, Bev said that the money was in the contingency.
So it's just coming out of contingency?
I keep hoping that we'll get to the point where we no longer deal with salaries in mid-year. But we seem to always be at the point where we're dealing with salaries in mid-year. And then,
well, perhaps we put a policy in place that we don't deal with them in mid-year, but we'll consider them mid-year and put them in effect in the next budget.
I'd like us to talk salaries in September for the following year. We just never seem to get there. But as I said, this is an overdue process that should have been, and would have been done a long time ago, except for those extraordinary circumstances.
Any questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So carried. I make a motion that we pay our financial commitment to the Seneca Falls Visitor Center and Museum. Our committed contribution is $69,216. Do I have a second for that, please?
Second.
Any questions or concerns there?
We don't have anything here about.
I don't either.
No, we don't
What was
have.
that,
$69,216. That's what we, when you created the 2021 budget, that was the financial commitment you agreed to pay the visitor centers for their operating budget.
Second.
Any other discussion or questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So carried. I have a
We're dead on that. That's equipment rental, right there.
that's next, right?
Yeah, that's next.
Okay.
It's just to go out for bid.
Okay. But we have to make a motion.
Go out for bid.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we put out to bid our heavy equipment bid under the supervision of Highway Superintendent Peterson. Can I have a second for that?
Second.
Thank you.
Mike, we put
Real
that-
brief, what you know,
Yeah.
standard what we do, but go ahead.
Yeah, we put that out every year, and that's for the highway, water and sewer, anybody that needs it. And that goes out to bid. We'll bring them back in next month and open the seal bids.
It's a bid to set the rates for equipment rentals. So we know, we have one place to look for, and we know what the rate's gonna be, you know, before we even need it. And it's for the entire town.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. Questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So carried. Also have an item for put out to bid, cutting tree removal and grumsteining for town projects. Have a second to that, please. Thank you.
Again, that's just, we send them bids out for tree service. They come in and give us an hourly rate and a daily rate. And low bidder gets that.
Didn't we already agree upon a company that will do that service for us for the year? We did it at the beginning of the year.
Haven't officially agreed for the year. That one thing that's coming up is for the Phase 2 sidewalk program, we gotta get the trees cut down before the 31st.
Right, it looks like they're done.
Yeah.
But what is this in regards to?
That's for the,
That's the year.
for the year.
But didn't we already pick a
No,
couple meetings ago? We picked them out there. I'm sure we did.
no.
All right, I'll go back to the minutes.
Does sound familiar. I can't remember.
But as
Tree
part
service?
of the January reorganization, but it would simply be to acknowledge the contract as.
Yeah, we talked about the
Already in
January we
What
got.
about a tree service?
Yeah. Do you do this on a January to January basis, or do you do it from
No, we never, we should, but we don't. We
Okay.
always bring it up when we do our equipment rental agreement.
Well, maybe we ought to move it to January, both of them in January.
Well, that's fine too. I agree with you 100%.
Would that change the terms of these two?
Pardon me?
Do these have to be worded differently if they're only going to be?
Yeah, they're two different ones,
But
Doug.
no, but if they're only going to be May through December?
That'd be equivalent to trees and all that.
Well, it's just, no, because the tree one is just standard start date type of thing, and the other one is, you know, we can fill in the blanks on that one, right?
Yes.
I mean, it makes sense to do it as part of our
Yeah.
annual reorganization.
So do we want to change the wording on that?
Pardon me?
Do we want to change the wording in that? Wording text?
I don't know what the wording is in the heavy equipment.
It just tells you it's for,
My funds will be conducted by annual rental requirements. It says annual rental. You know, we can change the annual from May to December for heavy equipment. Yeah.
Especially if we're changing the terms. These are bidders that are used to seeing what we're doing, we're changing what we're doing.
Okay. Just FYI, we've been working on a new official seal for the town of Seneca Falls, one more reflective of our history. Nikki started it with conversations. We had Lieutenant Steiner helped out, and then Greg Zallers from the Seneca Falls Development Corporation was instrumental in putting together a seal for us that I'd like, you've seen it. It incorporates the women's rights movement, obviously, the establishment of the town, the Women's Rights Hall of Fame with the Seneca Knit Mill, our bridges, etc. And everybody who was involved is pretty happy with the design. This doesn't do it justice because it's not in color, but it's a pretty neat seal. So I'd like your approval to move forward with that. Motion to approve it. Thank you. Any questions?
Just to point out, it's sort of the same color character as the new police arm patch as well.
Okay. All in favor of that seal, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. make a motion that we approve the Seneca Falls Police Department 2020 annual report. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Chief Peenstra?
Just, like to thank all of our department for all their hard work throughout 2020. I'd like to point out Sergeant Sebastian Gentile, who helped me make this annual report extra nice, I think, this year. So he did a very good job of helping me make this report look very professional, and I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? I have a resolution here to, whereas it's been requested by the police chief to attend the 2021 New York State Association of Chiefs of Police Training Conference held on July 25th through the 28th in Glen Falls, New York. Whereas the town board feels that it will benefit the town for the chief to attend this premier training conference covering a diverse agenda of contemporary topics. Therefore, it be resolved that the town board allow the police chief to attend this conference. Total cost to attend this training to include hotel, mileage, conference, and meals and incidental expenses shall not exceed $1,460. Money to attend the conference was budgeted for 2021. Therefore, be it resolved that the chief receive his meals and incidental expenses and mileage based on the U.S. General Services Administration and the IRS prior to the start of the conference, totaling $437. Have a second for that? Second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Just want to let everybody know, I make a motion that we advertise for the town zoning and code enforcement officer, which is a competitive civil service position. Can I have a second for that, please? Second. Thank you. So with the retirement of Dean, we are without that position, and I'd like to get that out advertised. It's with the county civil service. It's a competitive position. It's a 30-hour per week position type of thing, and so getting that advertised, and obviously hope we can start getting some applicants and moving forward filling that position.
Is there any way you can put that within the town, find anybody?
You mean, it'll be on the website, newspaper?
Can we just appoint somebody?
I'm sorry, Dave.
Can we just appoint somebody?
Can you appoint somebody? No. I mean, you could appoint somebody on an interim basis, but it's a competitive civil service position. Appointing somebody would have to you need to provide the county with that person's resume and letter of, or their qualities and qualifications, education. They would have to approve if that person was is qualified for it, first of all, and then you would go with the process of, have the civil service exam for any parties interested.
We know when the exam is going to be.
Won't be given until you have people who go to the portal and apply for the position. So the county then notifies the state saying we have 3 applicants looking for this. The state puts out the exam date. Okay? Any other questions? All in favor of advertising, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Thank you. I have a resolution, whereas the town's recreation commissioner has recently retired, leaving the Recreation and Parks Commission, excuse me 1 second, without a department head, and whereas Mary Jones has worked in the Recreation and Parks Department since December 4th, 2013, and is currently the senior clerk. And whereas the Seneca County Civil Service Commissioner, Personnel Officer, has changed the title of the head of the Recreation and Parks Commission to Recreation Director, and has determined that Mary Jones meets the qualifications for that position. Now therefore be it resolved, the Town Board of the Seneca Falls hereby appoint Mary Jones as Recreation Director. This is a competitive civil service position, and this appointment is provisional pending civil service examination for the title. Be it further resolved that this position will be compensated as a rate of $65,000 per year, will take effect April 7th, 2021. Second. Thank you. Discussion.
Just a question. So if you look at this, the paragraph about the civil service position, then I'm thinking back to the code enforcement. That language is going to pretty much be the same.
Yes, yeah, you're appointed to the position. That appointment is provisional upon completion of the task and scoring at least tied for the top three.
All right, good.
Yeah.
And again, if this is passed, the county would notify the state saying we have an applicant, at least one applicant for the recreation director's position. And then obviously it'll be advertised, and anybody who's interested and meets the qualifications could take the test as well. And go from there. Yes?
Hi, Mike. I noticed that the zoning position is advertised on Finger Lakes 1 on our homepage. But can we put when the town board meetings are as well on that page and the last town board meeting?
Sure.
I've had people ask.
Sure.
And the agendas?
Pardon me?
The agendas, can you post the agendas?
I would, I'll give you $500 a month if you can do that for me, all right? I would love the agenda out a week early. There's some factors that play into that. I think the agenda should be out at least 3 days prior to the scheduled meeting. There's some factors that go into that, some within our control, some without our control, but I agree with you 100%. I'll defer to Town Clerk Greer.
I would love it to be published ahead of time, but it's, like you said, it's hard because there are things that have come up at the last minute.
Well, there's like the police report, usually the end of the month.
Well, the police report comes in, or that doesn't have to be part of the agenda, okay? I will work very hard to at least put the unofficial agenda out as quickly as we possibly can. But I agree with you 100%.
There will be a tentative.
How about the minutes?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, but your 2020 minutes,
They're on there now. I sent them over. They should be on.
The 2021 minutes?
Yes,
Okay,
they
I
should be
didn't
on.
see it today, but.
Check it out.
It's
If
good
not,
that
let me
they're
know,
in
because I
transit.
sent them over.
Good. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll check them.
Okay, any discussion, further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? I have a resolution here to accept request for a leave of absence, whereas Mary Jones is currently the senior clerk in the Recreation and Parks Department and has been appointed to the position of Recreation Director. And whereas in order to accept that appointment, Mary Jones has requested a leave of absence for the senior clerk position for a period of 1 year or until the until the position is filled. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town Board of Seneca Falls hereby approves the request for a leave of absence from the senior clerk position has been submitted by Mary Jones effective April 7th, 2021. That was second. Thank you. So this basically is protection for our employee. Again, this is based on the recommendation of the county and civil service. Once, when the test is posted and we select the permanent recreation director, that would be contingent upon. So I'm just saying hypothetically, if Mary Jones was not the permanent position, this protects her as she goes back to her position as senior clerk.
And it's written as for 1 year because that's the maximum amount of time you can do under the civil service law.
I knew there was some legal reason.
That's why, and if the test happens sooner than that, it can be terminated, at that time.
Yeah, and I'd like to offer, you said 1 year or until the position is filled. I would like to offer that as an amendment to this so that it's officially part of it.
Is that necessary, Jeff?
No.
You can make it a friendly amendment.
But you can make an amendment if you wish, whoever made the motion.
I made the resolution, so Steve, you want to make an amendment?
Yeah, I'd like to amend it that following the verbiage for a period of 1 year, we add or until the position is filled.
Well, what position? The clerk position?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think it clears it up. Mike brought it up, and I think it's a good point. It should be there.
All right, so I'll second that amendment. Any discussion on the amendment to the resolution?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Did we vote on the resolution? No. Okay, so now I have a resolution, whereas Mary Jones is currently the senior clerk in Recreation and Parks, whereas in order to accept that appointment, Mary Jones requests a leave of absence for the senior town clerk for the clerk position for a period of time until a permanent recreation director has been appointed by the town.
Hold on, that's different than what you just said.
Yeah, you've already read the
You
read the resolution. We just need to vote on it.
But I got to add the position, don't I?
You said, Steve said until the clerk position is filled, you said until the director position is filled.
Okay. Now I'm confused.
What is the director? To keep it clear.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. So, but wouldn't we want, don't you want this to be a leave of absence until the position of rec director is filled?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Well, okay, well, rec director is filled today.
Permanently.
Until it would be until the testing for the recreation director is completed.
Well, we haven't officially appointed a permanent recreation director, correct?
You appointed somebody to the position of recreation director.
On an interim basis.
Provisional basis. It's a
Provisional basis.
Yeah, we have the expert in the audience.
Thank you.
But it's the appointment is an appointment. It is provisional upon the test.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So, Counselor, what do we do?
So you can, want you to adopt the,
Get rid of the amendment, just leave it like I wrote it. Okay.
what I want.
Steve, you okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you. All in favor of the original resolution, please say aye.
So the amendment is.
The amendment is been out amended.
Aye.
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 Gotta be so official. Okay. I have a resolution here where the highway department would like to surplus the following items: jackhammer, Harley rake, mill, which are bobcat attachments, 22-foot Kaufman trailer, 2 floor jacks, 2 steel weed eaters, 1 air jack, grasshopper, 225 mower, whereas these items were put in auction international for sale. These items are no longer used. Now therefore be it resolved that the Seneca Falls Town Board hereby authorize surplus of these items. Have a second for that, please? Second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. So carried. We already said spring cleanup is May 24th. Everybody know that?
Yep.
Okay, Kathy, is there any way you can get that, while I'm remembering, get that code red somehow on there for me? The text part of it?
Yeah, I'll put it on at the end.
Thank you. I have a motion here to so, I'm sorry, why we...
That's the first thing.
I know, but we've already agreed on this, right? I gotta make a motion for the payment?
Yes.
All right, making a motion, well, Nikki, I gotta tell you, that's gonna be hard to figure out. I make a motion that we make the first payment for the Town of Seneca Falls carbon dioxide feed system. Certified payment estimate number 1, period ending December 7th, 2020, in the amount of $20,805 for the work completed through March 26, 2021. Can I have a second for that, please?
Second.
Questions?
translation.
Uh-huh.
Get a translation to that?
It's basically, it's a heat adjustment system, it's a down payment on the commence construction, typically 10% payments due upon operation. So that's the first payment. Once it's received, I think there's another 80%, and then the final acceptance is the final 10%.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we approve, make a motion that we approve B&L Professional Engineering Services Agreement for the 2021 calendar year. Have a second for that? Second. Any discussion? Everyone has received that contract language. And again, this is for their professional services as town engineer. Any questions? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? So carried. I'd like to make a motion that we approve removal of trees for the Phase 2 sidewalk rehab project. Have a second for that, please. Second.
Second.
This were trees needed to be taken down before March 31st in order for the project to move forward. There are environmental issues with endangered species, and the trees had to be taken down at a very short notice. There were some issues with paperwork between B&L, the town, and State Department of Transportation. That paperwork didn't get signed by myself in time because I didn't receive it in time. But anyway, it's things that have to be signed off by the town attorney. It has to be certified by Nikki, et cetera, et cetera. Bottom line is it didn't get done quick enough, and that's why we had to authorize going ahead and cutting the trees down. The Phase 2 sidewalk program is centered around Frank Knight School and parts of Troy Street and going up to the middle school. And that went out to bid, I think, as Peter mentioned earlier. We have a bidder. They're now required to complete some paperwork requirements from the state. The game plan is that project will start as quickly as June. The crux of it will start obviously when school is out, and the anticipation is that project will be completed in October, November of 2021. And then again, at some point, we'll have, if you want to move forward to Phase 3, which Phase 3 would be the Minders Senior High area and adjoining streets, if you want to continue with this project. It should be noted, as everyone remembers, this is a grant, Safe Schools grant, but it costs the town a major investment. The Phase 2 program is about a $560,000 investment on the part of the town. Okay? So it's not just free. Our 20% is about that much.
So this error, did the price go up?
I'm sorry?
The error that you just mentioned, the lateness, did the price go up? I was told.
Of removing the trees?
Yes.
Did the price go up for the bid?
Yes.
No. Why would it go up?
Because someone told me it did.
I don't know. Who told you? I don't know what I mean.
I thought it was you.
You got a contract with the tree for
I'm misunderstanding what you're trying to say. I don't know what you're trying to say. Did the bid for the project itself that was just awarded, that didn't go up? With the cost to the town of Seneca Falls?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's what you mean?
Yes.
Yes, that went up.
How much?
When we paid the bill, $25,000 roughly, okay?
So these are things the public never gets to hear.
I don't, I'm answering your question.
No, I know, but you would have thought it would have come up in this discussion. It's kind of like going back to the town municipal building. We ask a question, we never get an answer. Here, thank you for the answer, $25,000.
Well, see, Brett, I know the answer to this one. I'm familiar with it. I don't know the answer to the other one, but as I said, I will get it for you. I just don't know the answer, okay? I mean, I'll have it for you tomorrow, as soon as I check with the account clerk. But this will be in addition, potentially a $25,000 additional expense to the town, okay? Hopefully, we're able to recoup some of that with saving some money on the tree stumps, which is part of the contract. And also the projected B&L project design cost for this project is significantly down. I think it's about $75,000 lower than what was projected originally in the estimate. I think the final cost for the design was $303,000. Originally it was $378,000. I don't know, Peter, I know that's not your project, I know. No, I won't put you on the spot, I know it's not your project. Okay, any further discussion?
No, just, I understand the importance of the project, and I understand the trees have to come down, but I hate the idea of taking down live trees. Is there, I mean, you said that some people are glad they're gone, but is there some way we can offer people who, and I know they were our trees, they're not their trees, they were in our right of way, but is there some way we can offer trees to people somehow through the project, through grant money, through something that we can put some of those trees back that have been taken down?
Absolutely. And then I've talked to Jim about that, and once the project gets moving towards its completion, we anticipate reaching out to the owners of where the 33 trees come down, saying, would you like some trees replaced? We'll figure out how to pay for it at some point, but I think that's an absolutely imperative that we do. Absolutely. Okay. Any further questions? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we employ B&L to complete the design work for the Kingdom Road pump station. A second for that, please. Second. Discussion. Peter, you want to add anything to this?
Well, when
With the microphone?
Again, last month we were asked to develop an RFP. We started down that pathway looking at an RFP for finishing the project up, and in that process we just reevaluated where we were with the project. We talked about design, there's many other components with it, so we've done wetland delineation, wetland permitting was part of the process, going through seeker. Essentially the wetland delineation had been completed. Given the length of time this project extended, we needed to reassess the wet. So there's a lot of items that we would just simply update. Wetland delineation would be one. Seeker is largely completed. That was advanced to the prior town board. It needs to be confirmed on the selected pathway going down to Bayard Street. The design plans themselves were about 75% complete with the prior Ludovico Trail alternatives. Essentially, we need to adjust about half of the alignment would follow the Bayard Street alignment. Part of that work also would include the need to retain third-party consultants to kind of do a more intensive subsurface utility evaluation in key areas where we think we have some potential impacts. That Bayard Street alignment again is going to be a drilled pipe, so there would be periodically there's going to be excavations to kind of exit the pipe, but it would not be opening up all of Bayard Street on the south side. It'd be basically what's called using horizontal directional drilling. There'd be minimal impacts on that, and so really be to advance, complete the design that we've already have a lot of time and money invested in with respect to the current configuration on that end. So we have included the potential costs for the completion of the design, the third-party subs that we would do, that we would have to retain to kind of help us with that design. There are easements that we've identified prior to the project that are along River Road. Part of our service was basically to complete those easements. And then finally, what's changed a little bit is we now are going to advance this project under the hope of obtaining a grant with MRB. The next round of grants will be coming up. So with that, there would be more use of MWB third-party consultants. So we've shifted a lot of our potential costs for construction observations, so we moved that money into essentially retaining a third-party MWB firm to kind of meet some of the funding requirements that would happen under if we had a grant for this project. So we've done a lot of work. That design has been advanced to what we say 75%. We don't think it's significant enough to kind of get to that, to kind of continue where we are, because we really know where to kind of finish this project with the current alignment.
And Peter, the additional estimate of expenditure on the design end is roughly $61,000. Am I understanding that correctly?
That basically is essentially the cost to complete wetland permitting, seeker, the design specifications, and take that project through bidding. The additional money that we have for under item 2 under sub-consultants, that would be 3 consultants we're looking at retaining. One would be a surveyor to kind of help with final descriptions for 2 easements we need along the River Road for Dysite, along the River Road shoulder, and then along the Elks property to kind of look at a configuration that we previously talked to the Elks Club about. Also, the 2 firms that we've used to kind of better locate in kind of the depth of utilities that we're trying to avoid on the at Bayard Street crossing, or the Bayard Street pathway, basically anything east of California.
So all that you've described between preliminary final design, sub-consultant, construction administration, deduction for construction observation, but construction observation, sub-consultant, we're talking, just so I have this clear, an additional $159,457 to complete the design and start the project through completion.
The tasks 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3, those are construction-related tasks. So to get the project to the point of we have bids, that would be through task 2. After that, it's basically now you're more or less administering a construction project. You have a full-time construction observer on site. We're doing the pay-ups. We're addressing change orders. We're working with the MWB reporting for any EFC requirements. So that's task 3.1, 3.2, 3.3. They would all be during construction.
Right. But we can just throw it into the big pot basically for getting the project moved forward, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to ask a question regarding the project. I know when they initially were talking about putting the sewer line on the north side of Bayard Street, removing about 80 trees. You're going to be taking, is it going to be the same disastrous tree removal on the south side? Going to remove just about every tree on south of Bayard Street?
No. One of the reasons we looked at that is the configuration on the south side of Bayard Street, there's a lot of parcels. There's fewer parcels. They're not as heavily developed as they are on the north side. So a lot of those parcels there's a town park. There's parcels we can basically work in front of with minimal impact. We basically want to put a pipe in a lot deeper than we normally would, but solely to avoid utilities, to avoid trees. We think we can get this all within the right of way. So essentially anything between the edge shoulder, edge of curb on Bayard Street, and then and every individual's right away. It's along Bayard Street. It's a 66-foot wide right away, so there is a decent amount of room to operate there. Are we going to have to remove a tree or two? Possibly. I think we can avoid. We're not looking at a wholesale cutting. This is going to be
minimal disruption to the sidewalks that are there.
and it's certainly the way we would with this drilling technique. There would be a pit every 400 to say 1,000 feet position. The key part of the design is really to understand where to put those pits, largely to minimize impact. They may be at intersections where that's the littlest impact on a specific intersection where someone has to drive a block around, or they could be on parcels where we have enough width to operate, where we're still on the public right of way.
Thank you, Peter.
Frank, do you have a question? No. Oh, I thought you were just stretching? I was just straight on. I hear you. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I've been trying to talk to the board, but I'm also trying to talk to the taxpayer. Isn't this an example where we have the cart before the horse? I brought the opportunity of approaching town of Tyre, town of Junius, because when you talk about the Kingdom Road pump station, 90% of Seneca Falls residents, it doesn't go through that pump station. Maybe 85, maybe it's 95. So
this will pick up.
I'll use an analogy, if I just 30 seconds. The wastewater facility, with all this additional waste that's going to come from SMI, Outlet Mall, Del Lago, Petro, is going to go through our wastewater system. And let's just make believe that's a $100,000 car down there. All the users are going to put gas into that car. But when that car / wastewater facility wears out, town of Junius, don't they have to put a penny in? Town of Tyre. Guess what? It's us.
Agreed.
Okay, so that's the analogy. Now you're saying about the situation about not going back, or maybe it's an opportunity. Peter's talking about potential grants. Don't you want to have the grant, the funding in your hands?
No.
No. Okay, then I guess I went to the wrong school.
I can only speak for myself.
Okay.
Okay. The project has been kicked around since 2015. Each year it doesn't get done, it goes up in price, which is just a natural thing. Thirdly, the western Seneca Falls sewer area that we're talking about, that's, Bill Cran, that's about
10% of
that stuff is all coming in already. Okay.
No, but I think the bigger picture, and I think what
Petro, Del Lago,
it's 318, 414. It's economic development. I'm not here to argue that.
But that's coming in already, right? But it's coming into an antiquated sewer line. Okay? Antiquated. And if development picked up more, that sewer line would not be able to handle the But see, Brad, you say things and I try to explain them for the taxpayers. You bring it up, I'm trying to explain it for the taxpayers.
Okay, explain to the taxpayers why you don't want to approach the town of Junius and the town of Tyre.
Okay.
I'd like to have anyone here.
Again, I'll say it one more time.
I'd like to have the board talk about it.
I'll say what I say, and then the board, feel free to do that. We have an intermunicipal agreement with them. It's a contract. An attorney can tell you more about their contract than I can. I'm just a dummy. And second of all, it is a revenue maker for the town of Seneca Falls.
You just said $250,000 of user fees. I'll tell you what, that's a
2.5 million, okay? Just in 2.5 million for the project, just in user fees. Real quick math.
250,000.
4, 8. There would be 10 years that it would be paid off just in user fees.
Okay, with no upgrades to our wastewater facility.
No, our wastewater facility is fine at the moment. It's at 70%, or no, I'm sorry, 40% capacity? Help me out, I know that number was tossed around a lot.
40 to 50 capacity.
Okay, and there's one other factor. Del Lago Casino, again, this is before my administration, Del Lago Casino donated, as part of connecting to the Seneca Falls Sewer District, donated a pump and all of the other things needed to bring the Kingdom Road pump station up to quality and able to handle it. So we've been sitting on this piece of equipment for 5 years, 4 years, just sitting in the parking lot. And that pump station, if we don't do anything with this project, that pump station will be in failure very soon. Joe can attest, Peter can attest, we spend a lot of time on repairs in there all the time. It's gone.
Would we have, just maybe allow to have a meeting within the next week with the town of Julius and the town of Tyre, or because you can't ever break a contract?
Speaking for myself, I'm not going to facilitate that.
I'd like to hear from you.
But other board members, feel free.
My point that I think is missed is that those outside users pay 1.5 times. They pay 1.5 times the rate. And
We've been hearing that for years, 1.5 times. I just heard $250,000.
they pay 1.5 times the rate.
And your budget for water and sewer is probably what? $4 million? It's a nickel on it. It's just an opportunity.
So you pay your rates. The town
Under their water and sewer budget, $4 million.
Okay, other board members.
I'm just saying it's an opportunity, board, but I guess nobody wants to. Forget I brought it up.
We got an agreement. You don't understand. Ask our lawyer.
That's why you have lawyers. You don't think they push this through, Dave?
I'd like to call the question.
I remember what you told me that was at one time, and I think now I remember.
That is if I get a second.
Call the question, so that means we can vote on this? Is that what
If
you're
I get a
saying?
second, it goes immediately to a vote.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? So carried.
Calling the question, the purpose of that typically is that if you get in a conversation that could go on for 3 or 4 hours, it's a procedural move that a board or the body can take to vote on the resolution at hand.
And you're 100% right, and I try to be as transparent as I possibly can, and I try to keep people, if people ask a question,
No, I understand.
I've been advised by some people that you shouldn't allow
I
any questions.
think you answered it.
I know you did. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So the next motion I have is approval for being able to complete a water treatment plant study through NYSERDA Flex Tech. Town's estimated cost would be $26,000. With the microphone, Peter, can you give us the Reader's Digest version, please?
I'll try. This is, the past couple of years, we've put proposals in front of the board to do a comprehensive study for the water treatment plant and the distribution system. The study is basically part of any funding requests that we have through EFCRD. They're going to want an engineering report. The problem in the water world is there's not a lot of opportunities to get grant money to fund those studies. What B&L does is we are a Flex Tech consultant for NYSERDA, and NYSERDA provides a direct contract. So basically, we would work for NYSERDA, we would work for the town. The cost for the study would be split 50-50 between those two entities. We need to provide basically the intent here is to kind of get a sense of the board wants to advance this project. We would develop a scope with NYSERDA and get their authorization. If the board was wanting to advance this project, once we complete the study, we'd have effectively a Flex Tech study and a preliminary engineering report. The preliminary engineering report can be applied to any future funding through EFC, through RD. In addition, there's some benefits with NYSERDA on potential, energy savings grants that do come up periodically through NYSERDA. I believe RD is also working on a clean energies grant through that program, so I think it also it's more or less kind of works in conjunction with other energy type programs that the town's advancing as well. So it's something that last year at this time, NYSERDA has changed the grant amount. So previously, it was facility specific, they now make it, it's utility cost for the entire municipality. So what that does is that just basically bumps up the amount of grant that's available. Last year, this time, it would have been probably like a $5,000 to $10,000 grant for the town. Now it's potentially $26,000 grant.
Thank you. And the grant would provide opportunities for a comprehensive study for, planning forward, planning ahead. If you want to plan for infrastructure improvements, this would be something, would be a tool to do some of that stuff. So you got water lines that are 100 years old, distribution pipes that are 100 years old. This would be something a tool to look into how we can move forward in replacing things.
We have not budgeted for this.
Correct.
And it's nothing that's time sensitive or needs to occur this year, correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
From the perspective of the NYSERDA grant, I believe the current incentive that they're offering, I think, goes through the end of the year. It's almost like a kind of a car sale, that we get these emails that say they've increased or they changed the kind of the grant approach. We received this at the end of last year with respect to that. So the only issue with it is, I think, should the town want to advance any future grant fundings on the water end? I mean, currently we're working on a lot of water projects without really any funding coming out other than from the town water fund. So it does provide an opportunity to kind of build that capital plan, build the plan for pursuing grants. Emily can probably talk better on timing.
I know that towns and municipalities and counties pay a lot of money to do these studies, and they fill a whole lot of filing cabinets, and they're never acted upon. And I just want to make sure that we're spending this $26,000 because we're going to get some benefit from it. It's not going to
You'd have the report, you'd have the capital plan, and then when EFC announces WESO or the DWSRF grant, that's a critical piece, that's a required piece that MRB would need to advance basically to apply for grant funding under DWSRF, which is the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. New York State Rural Development has a lot of funding opportunities available as well.
Okay.
So I think it absolutely would be.
You're saying it will pay for itself?
I would believe so, yes. I think it's immediately. I think once the first grant is received, it more than pays for itself.
Peter, would the town end up paying its share in 2021?
So yes, I mean, it depends on when the study, if the study is, once we sign a contract, we have a study done within, say, 3 months, whatever the time frame is. It depends on when we start, but what's different about this versus a conventional grant is that if it's a $52,000 study, we invoice the town for, as the project progresses, say for 50% of it through the process, we'd invoice the town for effectively $6,500, and we'd invoice NYSERDA for that same amount. So the town they wouldn't be reimbursed by NYSERDA. We worked with NYSERDA directly, so there really isn't any kind of reimbursement the town would be waiting for.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Well, I think Peter actually just clarified that. I was confused because you said it was a $26,000 grant, but it was also the town is estimated to pay $26,000, but you're saying it's a 50-50 match. So you're estimating it that it's going to be $52,000.
Correct.
Okay, I haven't worked with this program before. I haven't used it before. And of course you want to get you were looking to fund a PER. I just didn't know if you had considered the USDA grant, the PPG grant, which funds an engineering planning grant.
This is a program, the reason we're advancing this, we do work with NYSERDA. NYSERDA has a handful of flex tech consultants, BNL happens to be one of them. That's a program we work with. Before we looked at CDBG funding for this, and we haven't looked at any RD engineering planning grants this year, obviously.
Yeah, and engineering planning grants are only for wastewater, but the USDA offers a preliminary planning grant that you can be doing year-round, that's also for a PER. So this only provides a PER. You know, there are other avenues, but it provides a PER plus additional, you know.
Well, and I mean, again, the scope we have laid out would be it would be a PER. It would also be essentially an energy, a lot of the drivers, it's a PER with an energy kind of spin on it. Largely, we look at, you know, a water main break on Arbor Road generates every gallon of water, there's so many kilowatt hours of energy spent on treating that water. So there would be some grant opportunities offered through NYSERDA, whatever those are. Right now, I don't think there's a lot of capital opportunities through NYSERDA that in years past, that they, through implementation, they would provide some funding as well. Currently, those projects aren't there. I know with like other clean energy, you know, the fact that the town is going through this process will buy the town points with respect to any, you know, clean energy grants that they're pursuing with the communities on.
I mean, this one would not, but not the Clean Energy Community Program, but, okay. And you're, I'm sorry, did you say you're a partner with it? You're
We're
chosen?
Consult Flex, it's called a Flex Tech Consultant. So it's a NYSERDA Flex Tech page, you can go on there, it has a list of consultants that do perform these services.
And what does PER mean?
Preliminary engineering report.
And
Okay.
to Peter's point, a preliminary engineering report is required for usually applying for an implementation grant, such as a WQIP or a WIA grant. So if the town does plan to apply for implementation grants, they first will want an engineering report or a PER. But he's talking about a grant that will cover 50% that PER.
So however that comes about, this is a good thing for us to have in our pocket at this point.
It is. It's always good to have it. You always want to have a PER, whether you pay for it, whether it's 50% funded or whether it's 100% funded. And then to be able to move on and qualify for implementation. Yeah.
We don't have anything like that at this point, or what we have is outdated, or?
To our knowledge, nothing's been done at the water. I mean, since we kind of took over, the town took over those operations, there hasn't been, there was been upgrades done at the water plant, I think circa 2005. But we have not seen I don't believe the village ever advanced a study. Certainly one hasn't been done. And again, with the water, the programs do change. But under the water, there's just not those engineering planning grants. The town has received one for the sewer. The town has received one for the wastewater plant. Those same grants aren't available through EFC on the water side. You go through, you know, we went through 2 years ago, we tried to obtain a CDBG plan grant application that we scored. The town doesn't check a lot of boxes under CDBG just because it's got certain tracks that are eligible. We haven't pursued the RD program. So I don't know the specifics on the RD grant and what the financing is and opportunities. And the benefit, and the one thing we can offer is that, you know, NYSERDA does want, they want skin in the game. So in order to get the grant, the town we need a signed agreement. That being said, we would advance discussions with NYSERDA, discuss the project. If there's interest on, you know, from the board, and then once we've defined that project, then we can, you know, make formal applications to NYSERDA. It's not an all involved process. It's a quick process, so you'd have an answer relatively quickly whether or not you know they were authorized or not.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to table this for the time being. The reason is I think I want to kick it back to committee, okay? Water and Sewer Committee, and I'd like to make sure everybody's on the same page type of thing, and then come back to the board in May, with this idea. And so I feel like I could better explain. I know what we're trying to do, but I want to make sure we're looking at all our options as we move forward. So,
I'll second that.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Peter, I'll facilitate a meeting between Doug and myself and yourself and Joe, and just so we can get our hands on everything. Okay? All right. Thank you. Right, I have a motion, resolution to change name on budget line, whereas the water department will not be doing the Fall Street pump station in 2021, but will change the pumps and hardware at the Auburn pump station instead. Therefore, be it resolved that the Town of Seneca Falls Town Board does hereby authorize the change of the name on budget item number G8120-209 from Fall Street pump station to Auburn Road pump station. So a second for that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Any questions? It's just a matter of naming it correctly. The money is there. It's being used for one pump station versus the other.
The modifications to the Auburn pump station fall within the budget amount for,
Way below.
okay. Like that.
After you vote, you have to go back to S.
Yeah,
S?
that's.
After you vote
S
on
is
this one,
Sam?
just go back to S.
Vote first.
All in favor? Please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Great. Okay, so I gotta go back to,
Modify water budget.
nope, I didn't miss anything. So this is the order I had it in. Resolution to water budget.
That's number one.
There it is. I got it. Okay, whereas the town board has approved projects required to increase the security at the water plant and the water tower, and whereas it's required to modify the water budget to pay for the expenditures, therefore be it resolved that the Seneca Falls Town Board does authorize the principal account clerk to modify the 2021 budget by an increase of F8330-205 fence line repair of $22,500, an increase to budget line FA340.444, town maintenance to $7,500, and the funds to come from F1990.400, contingent account. Have a second for that,
That's
please?
tower maintenance, not town.
Pardon me?
You said town maintenance is tower.
Tower maintenance, thank you. I'm sorry, thank you. Can I have a second for the tower maintenance?
Second.
Thank you. Joe?
Yeah, we were tasked by Homeland Security to do a vulnerability assessment, and anything that we answered no to, we had to come up with corrective actions. And so, when we finish these projects, we will be able to check the boxes, yes.
We talked about this just a little bit last month, that this was coming, that the DHS had mandated some improvements that we had to meet.
So again, unbudgeted, and we're just taking from contingency, correct?
Yep.
Any other questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Authorized purchase of Auburn Road Pump Station parts.
T, huh?
We did T. We did T first, and we did.
Got it now.
No, we did that after.
Okay, whereas the water department needs to install new pumps and associated equipment at Auburn Road Pump Station, whereas the water wastewater department received 2 bids for the said parts, the groundwater in Bloomfield was the low bidder at $8,986. Therefore, be it resolved, the Town of Seneca Falls Board does hereby authorize the purchase of the parts from groundwater systems in Bloomfield for $8,986.26. I have a quote here from 2 quotes, and that was the lowest one. Have a second for that, please?
Second.
Second.
And discussion. This is a budgeted item. Joe?
Yep, that's the one we changed the name for.
Correct. Okay.
One right by the Auburn Road pump station.
Right.
Gas station.
Yep.
Mike, are those parts you can get from Gould Pumps?
They submitted a bid, not Gould Pumps, but.
Why can't, you mean, nobody here, works at Gould Pumps where you can get them like 50% off?
No, they don't sell them. They don't sell
We got a price from Gatehouse Pumps.
They don't sell the parts.
Oh, they don't? Okay, okay. Because I know when I worked there.
We got a local vendor, right there on Fall Street there.
Yeah, Gatehouse.
Gatehouse, and then, you know, there's one in Penn Yan usually.
Yeah,
and,
Diego.
yeah.
Okay. If you work there, you get 50% off the park. Somebody work there, and you know. Okay.
We're good. Other questions? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Okay. Number TU, resolution, purchase security system. Okay, whereas the town water department is required to have adequate security measures at key components, and whereas the department has a need to have intrusion and surveillance systems installed at said equipment, and whereas the department received 2 bids in covert security, the winning bidder, due to bid restriction by life safety, due retraction by life safety, therefore be resolved, the town board authorize the purchase of the security system from Covert Security in Penn Yan for $24,690. Have a second for that, please.
Second.
Joe,
Yeah, so.
you want to just
The original.
explain to people why we're spending money, unbudgeted money, please?
This is, again, to fix the security problems from the vulnerability assessment. And the original bids were handed in together and opened in front of the 2 vendors. And the low bidder called me back later, said he made a mistake. So we resubmitted his bid, but he had to either honor his original bid or retract it.
Okay.
And I retracted it.
Homeland Security is requiring us to do the security upgrades.
Yeah, what's the time frame on this requirement? I mean, I asked this to
We have to have it done before the end of the year, so it needs to be done. We answered, and we would have.
all of them, because I went through this requirement with
Computers.
Village of Waterloo,
Yep.
their water treatment plant, and it was done, I mean, I think that was like last year we did that, or the year before, and I know a lot of those things that they answered no to haven't been done to date, so.
We need to check the box, yes. And
I know, I understand they need to be done, but I didn't think, it was never conveyed to me that there was a timeline.
we answered with corrective action date, we gave the date.
I know you have to put together a plan and present it to them, what your tentative action is going to be, and give them a time frame.
No, I just told them when it was going to be fixed, and when we fix it, next time they ask, I say yes.
I mean, I just don't understand how they can expect you to fill all the gaps when you don't have a budget that covers a town.
But the money is there, so.
Well, this money is,
It's a contingency, that's not, that's contingent. So these are the things, contingency is for things that you don't anticipate happening. Right? It's not savings, it's not,
yeah, but contingency can turn your $5 million budget into a $7 million budget. You know, 24,000 here, 20,000 there. I mean, it adds up real quick.
Absolutely.
I would like to see that documentation if I could. If you could please, send me a copy that says that it needs to be completed by the end of this year. Just
Like I stated, they didn't say that. They asked for the corrective action date, and I told them by the end of the year.
oh, you told them.
Yes.
All right. Then
And there are things when you were so poor that you couldn't afford to do it, that you could probably push it out further.
Well, then I'm not going to support that this year. I think this should be put into the budget for next year for sure. But I'm not going to support it.
Okay.
Further discussion? All in favor of the security upgrade, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Opposed?
That would be 4 approved, 1 opposed. So carried. I have a resolution where the water department needs to install new easy valves around town, and whereas the water wastewater department received 2 bids for the said valves, and FW Webb was the low bidder for all three valves that are normally used. Now therefore be it resolved, the Town of Seneca Falls Board does hereby authorize the purchase of valves from FW Webb for fiscal year 2021. Have a second for that, please.
All right, we're still looking for the resolution.
I'm trying to figure out how much it is.
We're not,
Yeah,
you
it's
can't
in
read
number
it.
five.
We don't have
Number
a,
five.
it's so that we can purchase from
Yeah,
them
it'll
this
say
year.
5.
No way, what?
It's so that we can purchase from them this year. So next board meeting, when I figure out, we have two jobs we want to do,
Gotcha,
and then I'll ask to purchase them.
gotcha. Okay,
But there might be more during the year.
I understand. Okay, thank you. So, any questions or discussion? You find it yet, Doug?
No, that's all right. We got it here.
That's it right there.
Yeah,
Okay.
number 5.
Yep, got it, sorry.
Any questions or discussion? So you'll come back next week with, or next month with this price?
Next month I'll have two of them figured out and what we can spend.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Anybody opposed? Thank you. I have a motion here to, where has been brought to the attention of Seneca Falls Town Board that there are issues at Vince's Park regarding both the pool and other facilities located in the park. Whereas nothing is budgeted in the 2021 town budget for any repairs at Vince's Park. Therefore, be resolved, the Seneca Falls Town Board does authorize the principal council clerk to modify the 2021 budget, Vince's Park budget, to create line CR 27110-406, pavilions, roof and repair, and modify line CR 27180-401, pool repair for the amount determined and approved by the town board. The funds to come from Vince's Park cash on hand, which remained unused for 2020. Have a second for that, please?
Second.
Okay. So obviously Vince's Park wasn't open last year. We've been working on putting together some pricing. We have pump issues, there's some electric issues, there's some pool floor issues, there's some exterior doors issues, there's a shelter roof issue. So I've kind of put, Aaron Pasalacqua has worked with some vendors to put together some worst case scenario numbers, and then you have some numbers that hopefully would get us to the point of opening the pool, which the board has decided to reopen Vince's Park. So first thing up is a pump motor strainer replacement with VFD, removal of old equipment, installation of new, including piping valves, VFD, and flow display. Department of Health does not require a flow valve. That would deduct about $3,000 from the $34,800 quoted. Now, do you have to do that? We have two pumps at Vince's Park. Historically, they've all run very hot. Last year, one pump was in armature, being rebuilt, and when we opened Vince's Park, the pump that was in wasn't working, because we did run the pool last year because we didn't want to leave the pool idle without chemicals and so forth. So to maintain the pool in some type of decorum, we ran, not every minute of every day, but we put the chemicals through the pool, so you didn't open it up this year and you'd have nothing but green algae. Hang on, I got a lot to talk about, okay?
I got a lot too.
Well, you're gonna have to hold this one, okay? Anyway, so that's worst case scenario. That does not include the electric. It's another $17,000 to wire things up. So you're looking at about $51,800. Or we have some prices on refurbishing the current pump that's not working from Arbor and Aperture. Missy's worked on that, and that's about in the $8,000 range. Okay. Again, these are worst case scenarios. Fixing the or having armature fix that pump and putting it in and running, no guarantees. It could start up, come July, it'd be down, the pool would be closed, okay? So just worst case scenarios. Floor, he has a quote to completely refurbish the floor, $165,000, okay? In the past, it's been done in sections that according to Vince's Park personnel, the sections have held up. So an estimated another $10,000 to fix the section of the pool that the floor is scaled and needs to be, I forgot what they call it, Missy, you know what? I can't think the name of the term of the floor, but anyway, it's basically, if you step on it, you're going to cut your foot because it's got sharp particles to it. So, at least $10,000 to fix that section of the pool to be used. Okay. There's a major leak in the pool. We need to find the leak. Losing water is one thing. Some people say, well, the water is free, but I disagree with that. But anyway, losing the water, but more importantly, you're losing the chemicals too. On an average, about an inch a day due to the leak, and that's got to be found out where that leak is. Can't tell you how much, but it's $100 an hour to find the leak. Also, pool, the filters are two very large sand filters, which are not the best filters for a pool that size. Aaron got a price for what should be there called stainless steel filters. That's $60,000. That's another issue moving down the road. But with the help of the water and sewer department, we have removed the sand from the filters. That whaut their help would have never happened, because you'd have to be a 3-foot person to go in and remove the sand from these filters. For whatever reason, they put too large one in, and thousands of pounds of sand or hundreds of pounds of sand in an opening that big that you can't get out. So due to my great suggestion, we got it out. I'm taking credit for that, Joe. It was my idea. Anyway, so they're cleaned out, but we got to replace the sand. So we're getting a price on that, probably in the area of about $750 to replace the sand. And that's just to get the pool up and operating. Hopefully it makes it through with the patchwork. There's the 2 exterior doors that need to be replaced. We can do that internally. The roof on one of the shelters is about ready to cave in. That's got to be replaced at about $18,000. So, questions, comments?
Yes.
Yes.
In this resolution, the second whereas, nothing is budgeted in 2021, town budget for repairs.
Well,
I mean, there is pool repair here,
right.
$5,000. Pool maintenance, $6,000.
I think pool maintenance is something just a day-to-day maintenance.
Repair pool bottom, $5,000. I mean, the point is that whereas is totally inaccurate.
I didn't write you're 100% right. I didn't write the resolution. I just got it today, and I didn't have a chance to look at the budget. And
who wrote the resolution?
The financial part of the resolution came from Bev.
Well, who wrote the other whereas?
Pardon?
Who wrote the rest of it?
Does it matter?
Bev wrote the resolution?
No, I said, doesn't matter. I mean, we've established.
Well, yeah, I'm
trying to fix blame.
No.
Like I said, at 5,000, that's dated.
Well, no.
Day to day.
Bev wrote this resolution, but the whereas nothing is budgeted in 2021, is that, you're 100% right, that's wrong.
Correct. I just want, where does that come from?
I don't know where that came from.
Well, so we
You can cross it right out. Because as I said, when I got the resolution today, I didn't have a chance to go to the Vince's Park budget and look. I thought, like you're saying, in my mind, there was some money budgeted for repair.
We approved everything that was put in front of us in the fall.
And I think, was there any money approved for the pavilion, the shelter roof in
Casino parking lot, buildings and grounds, $3,500.
Yeah, that's just to maintain.
Emergency repairs, heating, AC, and power, $10,000. Pool maintenance, another $2,000 there. I mean, we budgeted $95,000 for municipal park.
Well, I mean, most of that's not for these types of repairs.
But there is repair pool bottoms and
Yeah.
filter equipment. I mean, there is some in here. I mean, that
Even if
it's
it's
just struck
$20,000,
the dollars.
it's a hefty chunk of this.
Yeah, again, I don't, yes, Missy,
The pump that I got the quote for is refurbished, that's a new pump.
new pump, I'm sorry, you're right. Because they can't,
This is-
you're right, I forgot, they can't fix it, right, the current one?
They can't fix the current.
Right.
But he's gonna give us a better quote so we know more about the pump and about the year.
Mike, are one of the roofs on one of the buildings or a pavilion out back? One of the roofs that got to be repaired.
The what?
The roof that has to be repaired, is it one of the buildings or is it a pavilion out back?
Pavilion.
Pavilion, okay.
Yes, Missy.
And I got a quote for that for 11,000.
11,000?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Who's got those? That's my first quote.
Perfect.
And did we put that out to bid? For like.
We talked about putting it out to bid because,
I mean, folks like Peterman, I mean, they do that all day long, Peterman Lumber, some of these, the Amish Mennonites.
so we'll work on 3 bids. At least, I told Missy to get at least 3 bids for the roof.
You could build one of those pavilions for 18 grand.
I'm just going by what they told me. They had a bid last year or 2 years ago, it was 18,000. I have not spent any time looking.
Since we're not looking at this, it's difficult to process what you say. Would this be something, we go through the fire marshal?
Well, can we, what do we ask them for? There's no money in here.
Hold on, folks.
There's no money being requested here, so I'm really kind of not.
No, there's no money, because I don't know what the answer is.
That's what I would propose,
Right.
is that we get that, we get it listed, we get hard facts, we get hard dollars, and then we bring that back to the board.
Okay, but, so,
What happens if we lose a month?
If we what?
What happens if we lose a month? Season's
Well,
going up.
it sounds like, there's stuff that's, being done, being looked at.
it's being looked at, so, I come back in May and say, okay, it's gonna exactly cost $8,000 for a new pump and $3,000 to install it. It's gonna cost exactly $6,000 to fix the floor. It's gonna cost exactly this much. And then, all right, then figure out how much of that is budgeted, okay? And then coming back and saying, okay, we need X amount of dollars. Now it's May. Historically, they open June, first weekend in June.
I say sell it.
First weekend in June. So what I'm saying is, Steve, that you're not gonna get those things repaired.
Maybe it doesn't get open the first weekend, but there's nothing in here to vote.
I understand that, I understand that.
I mean, is the proposal that we vote on an open check?
No, the proposal was just whatever we decide to spend, this is an accounting thing, so it's whatever we decide to spend would come out of the Vince's Park, money that was unused last year because it was closed.
Well, we certainly can use that, right? And pool it with the 95, whatever we got in here for maintenance and the 95,000 for this year. And then, given whatever that tally is, that list is, we can vote to approve or not approve.
That's fine, I'll wait till May.
But there's nothing here.
I agree.
I know that, it's just an.
No, I know, you got the discussion going, and it's absolutely the right thing to do, but, so let's get the numbers.
Okay.
What was last year's amount that was left over?
Right, so we need all that. So here's what we're gonna take out.
Okay, so your committee, Don, and who else is on your committee?
Dave.
Okay, so you guys can handle that. Okay, you can find out how much is left over from last year. You can facilitate with Missy exact prices for all of these items that need repair. And then you can come back and make a committee report saying it's going to cost you X amount of dollars. We have it this much budgeted, we don't have this much budgeted at May's meeting, and we'll go from there. Okay? Great.
It would be helpful to know at that point if that's going to delay the opening for 30 days.
Hey, if somebody wants to, if you get all the numbers together and you want to call a special meeting to go over it and vote, and I have no problem with that. If you want to move it along, but you gotta have numbers.
I
I agree. I thought, you're not here.
Yeah, and again, I'll give you, once they have the numbers, I just, we'll worry about that, in May. Just as a side note, it's gonna be never ending, just for a second, moving forward.
No table, right?
Table what, the motion?
Yeah.
Have a, yeah, do I need to,
There's a motion to table.
have a motion to table that, please?
I'll take the motion.
Thank you. Second. So that'll come up under our old business next year, right? Or next year, next week.
We didn't vote for it.
Come on.
Yes, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so again, I don't know how to handle this because I'm not the smartest person in the world. So this deals with the government modification. I have a resolution to move the money, but I guess we need to make a motion to approve one of the three firms that we got proposals from, okay? So I shared the proposals with everybody, and we put an RFP out to 4 firms. One firm chose not to participate, who notified me. You got proposals from The Verge, you got proposals from Center on Government Reform, and you got a proposal from MRV, the MRV group. As I went through, my comments is that all are professional proposals, all are pretty much delivering, all have a very reputable reputation and could handle the job. So I went to my next criteria, which is what is the cost of each proposal. And that's how I would like to move forward. But I'm open to, there's no motion on the table, I'm just open to any discussion. After you've reviewed, you've had these now for over a week, after you review them, your thoughts.
I'll start. And this is kind of wide-ranging, but I do have concerns about this whole thing. So, and I did look at the proposals and so on, but to talk about the whole thing, first of all, and this wraps in, although maybe somebody won't say, but anyway, I have a lot of respect for Jerry Macaluso. But last month, if you listen to him, or if you watch the tape, he didn't tell us what that committee looked at, what they are looking at, how they're arriving at their decision. He told us, he spent 5 minutes or so basically telling the board that we're not going to be capable of handling what's coming down the road. Now, maybe that's the case. But to me, that doesn't sound like the report from a committee that's examining an issue. That's somebody who's made up his mind. And I don't think he represents, that opinion necessarily represents the entire committee. But it does raise the same concerns that I expressed early on, that this is a foregone conclusion, and now we're trying to line up the facts to support the decision. So I'm very concerned about that. At some point, we went, in this town manager study, we went from exploring that issue and maybe bringing in someone who will help us explore that issue to a full-on efficiency review, top to bottom of the town. And again, kind of like the DER, maybe we need that. But if so, to me, it's a separate conversation. You know, we don't need, I don't think, you know, not that we need someone to pay somebody to come in and tell us whether we've got too many pickup trucks, or whether or not we can get by with one less water sewer or one less highway person. So I just, this whole thing is taken a strange direction. If we decide we want a full-on efficiency report, and maybe it's a good thing, and maybe it's something we should be doing every 10 years or so, then fine, call it that, budget for it for next year, and we do it. And then I'm concerned with some of the things that Steve's expressing. We're making money here. We're making up what.
You better make them. Yeah, I mean, that would be,
If we're looking at, if somebody's gonna come in and look at the manager position, then we don't need to pay $27,500 or $40,50 or $24,785 to look at that issue. Maybe we need this other report. Again, I don't know if historically there's ever been one. But if so, let's call it that, budget for it, and do it. I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, now I'm a little confused because when there was a joint meeting between the advisory committee and the board voted to move forward with a study.
With bringing in an
I
outside.
think Councilman Church, you were the one who said we need to have a comprehensive study to look at the efficiency of town government, and that was agreed upon. And then last month, I was instructed to put out an RFP for this service, which I've done.
And I understand that, but you know, the discussion is one thing, and then the RFP comes out, and then we get this, and we realize that exactly what it is that we're looking at. And to look at CGR's assessment, for instance, again, maybe this stuff is necessary, but it's the entire organizational structure and staffing. It's the budget process, expenses and services, 3 years of budgeted expenses and revenue, the tax rate structure, the outside consultant, use of outside consultants and vendors, physical assets and their condition. I mean, I don't see where this is it's gone from one thing in that discussion in this room to yet another when the RFP went out, and that's fine, yet to something else when we get the proposals back. And, you know, that doesn't mean we're obligated to move it to award it. So
No, but if, I'm not obligated, but I gotta tell you, a lot of time and effort went into this on my part, and if it was gonna be a budget issue, then we should have waited until 2022. But I think if you're gonna do a comprehensive, and the word is comprehensive, evaluation of the efficiency of government in Seneca Falls, you need to look at all those things. We don't have a 3, 5, 6-year plan. We don't have a financial plan. We don't have an asset management plan. We don't have a budget plan. You sat through 4 budgets. Joe Tulo comes in and says, I need a new pickup truck. Good idea, we'll get one.
well, but
I'm exaggerating.
but we don't need somebody to tell us we don't have those, because you just told us that.
I know that,
So perhaps,
that's one thing I'm telling you.
but perhaps we should, the 26 or the $40,000 would be better spent doing a few of those things before we go to this step.
So who's going to facilitate all that?
Well, who's going to facilitate if we hire one? This firm's just going to come in.
The consultant's is going to
Come in and tell us
facilitate
we
that.
need to do what you just
Who's
said.
going to do all the stuff that a consultant's going to do? Who's going to put together a 3 to 5 year, 5 to 10
Other
year?
consultants. That's how that stuff gets done. I mean, you want a comprehensive plan, you know, you bring in somebody from the outside and help you put together a comprehensive plan.
So that's what this is for?
No. They aren't gonna put together a comprehensive plan for it. They're gonna tell us, you need a comprehensive plan. They're gonna tell us what gaps are.
I'm looking at CGR's list of what they're gonna do, and they're gonna look at us and tell us whether we have one. But it doesn't say that they're gonna write one for us. That's an entirely different ballgame.
Exactly.
So it keeps getting bigger and further away from the initial intention. That's all I'm saying.
It's almost like putting in a sewer line. You hire an engineering firm to figure out, say, yeah, you need a sewer line, this is how you need to put it in. But then you gotta hire the contractor to come in and do the work. Same thing here. They're just gonna essentially do the engineering and make recommendations of the changes they think we need to make to our government. But implementing those comes with a price tag as well.
So how do you go about doing a comprehensive evaluation of the efficiency of this government?
Well, it's to me, it is hiring one of these firms. The question is, we didn't know how much it was going to cost us to do that, right? Now we know. It's $25,000 and up. So the first question we have to answer is, do we want to spend $25,000 of money that we have not budgeted to do this? And then if we say, yes, we're ready to spend $25,000 or more, then we pick one of these three firms to do that work. So to me, those are the step one and step two. I'm a little tentative, obviously, to spend more money we don't have. I kind of like Doug's idea that maybe we budget for it next year if we have that money. But I also think, now is the time to actually do this, because we're in that mode. We got the committee, we got this kind of teed up. We have to do the whole thing all over next year. I don't know. We spend money like we got it, we don't.
And my major point was the fact that this, at every step, this job becomes more comprehensive. And at some point, we're no longer looking at the town manager position. We're looking at everything, and the town manager position may or may not be a part of that. And as I said, I think it's probably something we need. These were observations as I looked through this material.
Yeah, again, I think the committee was ready to move forward, but when the joint committees met, or the board and them, the consensus was that, well, maybe, we should find out exactly what's wrong with our government, or if there's anything wrong, before we appoint or move forward with a town manager recommendation.
But the specifics of it have mushroomed at each step.
It did seem like a good idea. I mean, to be honest with you, I forget her name, brought it up.
Leah?
Thank you. She was remote, and yeah, I bought into it. I thought, yeah, that makes sense. Jerry had a suggestion. He's evidently worked with these folks in the past. But again, we did have, to Doug's point, the scope seems to be kind of growing and fast, and the dollar amount certainly is. It's not a $5,000 to $10,000 engagement. It's a $27,000 or $40,000 engagement. So I think perhaps it would be interesting if, to your point, you said that the committee was, you thought, maybe ready to make a recommendation of some sort. Perhaps we should let them do that. We should bring them back in and meet with them again and say, look, the price tag on this is a little high. Given everything else you've done, what recommendation would you make at this point in time? Or do you need more time?
Okay. Well, I'm going to make a motion that the board selects one of the firms not to exceed $35,000 to complete a comprehensive study of the efficiency of the town of Seneca Falls government. No second? No second. Okay. So then I need a motion to proceed. Steve, want to make a motion to do what?
Well, we don't have to have a motion for anything. That we move on to whatever the next thing is on the agenda.
I mean, but where we...
I think we should get back together with the committee. That's what I heard.
Okay, so...
Let's meet with the committee again.
And maybe perhaps we refocus the committee to address all of these issues. And that the town manager becomes a part of that by default. But if we're doing this through that committee is no longer looking at town manager. They're looking at everything. And that's fine.
Well, I don't think that committee is, I can't speak for them, but I don't think that committee would be equipped or willing to do what would be something that would be.
No.
And sometimes you gotta spend money to make money sometimes, okay? In other words, I don't think $25,000 or $30,000 is an exorbitant amount of money to really look at the ins and outs of town government. Because if everybody thinks it's a well-run machine, they're kidding themselves, okay? You are kidding yourselves if you think it's a well-oiled machine. That's all. We have a vote, it's done and over with now. I will talk to Jerry and see if he wants to reconvene the committee. I suggest that I'll let him talk to the committee members and see what direction they want to go, type of thing. And if he wants a board to be involved somewhat, we can call another special meeting together and have another discussion.
Well, we really haven't gotten anything from the committee, right? There's no report. They haven't come to any conclusion or given us. a
No,
report.
because again, when we met together as a board and an advisory committee, that's the direction we told them, you know, we agreed that we're gonna go in this direction. That's
Well,
why
I think we
they
agreed
made no
we were gonna look
recommendation.
at going in this direction.
Pardon?
I think we agreed that we were going to look, investigate.
Which we
get
did.
some RFPs, get some proposals, see what it looked like.
Which I did.
And I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. But again, okay, we're one of 5 people, we're all equal. And I can't tell you how much time that I have in putting together RFPs for something like this. Okay? But we're all equal. I know that. We're all equal.
But I understand that, Mike, but, you know, we shouldn't be passing something because.
And I hear that. I'm not
I
saying.
appreciate that you did it.
I understand that, Doug. I'm not saying that. I just wish
But you did just say.
that I wish that your directions are a little bit more clear before I spend, I don't mind spending time if it's something worthwhile spending time. If we're going to have a discussion that, you know what, we should really wait until budget 2022 to make these decisions, and we know how much it's going to cost us, then we do that type of thing.
We didn't know at that point. You didn't know, you didn't
No.
know.
We're not throwing these out, we may decide next month that, yeah, we want 100 on these.
We may decide that we want to scale back the scope of this if we're going to continue to focus simply on Western and South End.
Yeah. I will reach out to Jerry tomorrow, and we'll go from there.
To me, there's nothing wrong with the fact that the process got to this point, because we got new information at every step, and now we're saying we got to slow down.
Okay. All right. Moving to local law. I think we're in local law.
Yes, we have a motion on that.
I had a motion, didn't get a second, so it's kaput. Okay. Okay, I have a resolution here introducing proposed local law and providing for public hearing. Whereas the town board of the town of Seneca Falls believes it would be advantageous to the town to amend the town code to include general parking restrictions and to amend certain restrictions on parking. Now therefore be resolved that proposed local law number 5 of the year 2021 entitled Local Law Amending Section 280 of the Seneca Falls Town Code be, and the same is hereby introduced before the town board of the town of Seneca Falls. Be it further resolved that copies of the aforementioned proposal local law be laid upon the desk of each town board member. Be it further resolved that the town clerk publish or cause to be published a notice of said public hearing in an official newspaper of the town at least 10 days prior therefore. Upon adoption of the foregoing provision, the clerk distributed copies of the aforesaid local law to each member. And the local laws, the parking changes are specifically unrestricted parking on John Street between State, as of right now, the book reads between State Street and across Troy Street and dead end to John Street. That will be no parking, that's going to be eliminated. On Johnson Street, it'll just be the north side. Also in this local law, there'll be a change to 2-hour parking only on the east side of Bridge Street from Canal Street to West Barrett Street. And also will be added 15-minute parking in front of 20 Bridge Street. Those will be the changes.
And this afternoon, there was an updated version of this distributed by email to all the board members and the town clerk. They didn't make it off the paper here, but you all have it, and that changes the restrictions on West Barrett Street east of Bridge Street. Right now it is 2-hour parking from Bridge Street to Center Street. It will remain 2-hour parking on the south side of West Barrett Street. And then on the north side of West Barrett Street, it will be 2-hour parking from Bridge Street to the driveway of 50 West Barrett Street. And the area where the former, what was it?
Moose Lodge.
The area where the former Moose Lodge, where there's full-end spots and there's no building there. That will not be restricted for time-wise. That,
How do we enforce all these parking regulations?
except for that guy. Those two,
Well, I mean,
those two guys.
are we gonna be marking tires and, I mean?
Can't mark tires.
How do you do it?
Complaint-based, officers' observations, is pretty much how we're gonna.
Yeah, but I mean, someone could park, leave, come back and park again, I mean, is that, and then, you know, to the officer that goes by an hour later, he says, boy, that guy's been there for 3 hours, I'm gonna give him a ticket. And he's only really been there, he's been there 2 times. I mean, it seems, you know, we're really tightening the screws right down on people. It seems like when we don't have a big, do we have a huge problem that we're trying to solve?
Well, yeah, because we're trying to make it more conducive to the businesses that are there.
You know?
That was the original reason for the 2-hour parking, because on the Saco Street District, people would park there all day. They who live in apartments and so forth. That was the original thing, because the 2 new businesses reopened up, I should
So where are these
say.
people supposed to park?
The people that live there from the Bridge Street going east, on East Barrett Street, going east, they have parking in the rear. They don't have to park, that's municipal parking that they are parking in 24/7. They have parking spots out back that the owners of the apartments have
It's just,
provided.
I've never seen so many no parking signs in my life. How many did you put up, you 2 guys?
Too many.
I've never seen so many in my life. And there's a lot of.
4 dozen, 4 to 5 dozen.
Well, again, the parking signs have just caught up with the laws on the book. That's all.
Right, but they're upsetting a lot of people. I mean, there's a lot of talk, I mean, we got Mario's letter and we acted on it.
And again, Mario is on John Street, and
Right.
Mario, and I explained to Mario, just like I did to Peter, how it all
Well, and
transpired.
rightfully so, I mean, and I think it's right that we modify it, but there's other people too that are impacted. I guess my question is, so we're proposing this new local law with modifications for people like Peter and Mario, but what if other folks come forward in the next month? Can we make amendments to this?
That's why I got a public hearing.
Can we make amendments after the public hearing?
Depends on how substantial they are, whether or not it would require another public hearing. If we're taking completely
But the board
unrelated
can
parts of
decide,
town.
the board can vote to, after hearing people line up and complain, that we could,
That's how we got here in the first place, yeah.
that we could.
I don't know if you guys received any complaints. I mean, I've received complaints from people on John Street. I've received complaints on people on Johnson Street.
Yep.
Other people have called and said, thank you. And
I haven't seen any of that, but.
I don't know if anybody's received complaints from other areas where some parking signs went
No,
up.
I'm kind of surprised by it. I know about Johnston Street and John Street, but I haven't heard anything from anybody else.
No, I've seen them quite a bit on Facebook, but I just want to know if people ask me what I can tell them. So what I'm going to tell them is, look, get your butts to the public hearing, send in your concerns to the town board now, and we'll see if we can make the changes.
So if there are substantial changes that would come about because of a public hearing, if we're bringing in entirely different streets and different parts of town and all that, that would have to be re-publicized and have another public hearing, which, you know, is fine.
Sure, okay, good to know.
So but those are, I'm sorry.
We'll keep going until we get it right.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Exactly.
And so those are the specific parts of this local law. The other parts of it are general restrictions that otherwise do not appear in our code, but are largely based on the New York State Vehicle Traffic Law. What we're trying to do is bring them into our town code, make it easier for law enforcement to act on them. And it's, some of it is coming from the New York State law, some of it is coming from our, you know, what we also see as a need, but otherwise, the idea is parking is getting a lot of attention. We're trying to make our code make sense to the situation that's out there, and what people want to see, and what would be best to promote and promote business, but also, you know, people's peace of
In
mind.
business, but also safety.
Yes,
Some of these areas are safety issues.
Absolutely.
Some streets are so narrow, you can't get a fire truck down if you allow parking in them.
But the absurd part of that was that there was this whole list of streets that where parking was prohibited, and there had never been any sign.
Yeah.
And so, you know, residents are thinking that we enacted new regulations, and we didn't.
No.
I don't know why there wasn't signs, but it was so.
Actually, some of them improve parking, increase parking spaces everywhere.
No, it makes sense, and we should just keep trying to find it, but I haven't heard from anybody except John Street or Johnson Street.
Okay, without any further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Pat, we have parking ticket changes, we're not ready for that?
So, once this is adopted, we'll be able to update the parking tickets to reflect the new local law. And we'll have the specific sections, and it'll make the whole ticket process easier for our guys, but also ultimately the courts, the people receiving as well.
Okay, make a motion that we approve the proposal from B&L to oversee the DEC permit process at the SMI expansion. Can I have a second for that, please?
Second.
Discussion, if you remember last month, we got that proposal, and then people wanted more time to read the proposal, so we've had it for a month. This is recommended by your environmental lawyer, David Howe, to have somebody, an engineering firm, look that over and monitor it. Keep in mind that any engineering costs incurred according to the host agreement will be paid for by SMI. So, discussion, I know Doug and Dave, you had some concerns last month. And
This initially was framed as they would fashion the response of the town to this. And then what they'll do is give us information. The response from the town about the expansion needs to come from this group with help from all information that we get from B&M.
My concern is that we're somewhat negating our resolution that we passed in late, I think it was either December or January, essentially demanding that the DEC not consider the expansion because it goes beyond the closure date of 2025. So this kind of is contrary to that. But if David Howe is saying that we need somebody to essentially, I guess oversee the DEC process. I mean, the process that my understanding is the DEC is doing is evaluating the permit or application that SMI submitted last summer, and pushing back a large number of questions to SMI to be answered. So I mean, is that the process that you're going to be overseeing?
I guess it reads, we wouldn't necessarily oversee the DEC. Our solid waste group would essentially review in parallel what DEC is looking at with respect to the permit application.
Well, we're sure you get a new microphone we paid for it.
I'm sorry?
Microphone!
So Peter, if I could just, I think what you're trying to tell me is that if they are approved, then you will then be looking at the engineering of the actual expansion itself.
That process could take years. I mean, it is an extended time frame. So there's two things: the permit application. I think SMI has been put on notice that they need to basically go through an environmental impact statement. So the EIS is a pretty key document. Those are factors that we would look at more from the technical. Are they checking the boxes? Are there town-specific issues that DEC may not be aware of that B&L is aware of? So it'd be reviews, comments. Essentially, the town has the opportunity or should comment on the permit application. So that's us providing.
We already have one comment to the DEC, and that is that we wanted to essentially throw it out.
and prepare comments for the public part of the permit process, correct, on the town's behalf?
We would, yeah, we provide our, I guess the technical review would be provided to the board. You know, here's our feedback, and then ultimately the board would, the board's gonna have their own comments and their own feedback. This would be part of that for the board's consideration, whether or not they want to advance formal comments or not. So it could be technical items with respect to view sheds, it could be, you know, odor mitigation, it could be on traffic. I mean, those are the type of issues that, you know, we probably would look at more in a different light than the DEC necessarily would.
Are you familiar with the language on that exactly? Do we have an obligation to share the proposals with SMI for their review?
I'm sorry? Share what?
Share the proposal for this engineering work with SMI for their approval.
No.
Okay, so
This is the town.
is there a point where it's an unreasonable cost to this?
No, we do not need to ask their permission in order to have consultants working for the town.
Yes, sir.
Simple question.
Nothing simple tonight.
Conflict of interest, B&L is going to represent the town, but B&L is SMI's engineer.
No, they
I
don't.
don't think they are, Brad. I don't know where you got that from. I don't know.
Who is?
No, they don't.
Pardon?
They don't provide engineering services to SMI, at least that's what we've been told, Peter, right?
We do not, no.
They do Casella.
They do not.
Kyle?
They do not.
They do not work for us?
They do not work for
We
us.
do, yeah, I agree with Kyle, we don't.
You got the dental court connection.
Just asking a question.
Right? You have the Don Gentle Court connection that might be.
Not anymore.
No longer.
Stand corrected.
Wait a minute, Cal, you all set, Cal?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you did.
They
Okay.
also-
And Brad, you have another question?
No one.
Good, okay. All righty. Any other questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So carried. I'd like to make a motion to accept the proposal from MRB to continue the code and zoning updates that were started in the original expenditure. You heard Jeff tonight talk about the desire of both planning and zoning to move forward with updates and changes. Can I have a second for that proposal, please?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion.
Just to reiterate what we heard from Jeff tonight was very helpful. So as this process goes on, hearing from somebody will be a good thing.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So carried. I guess I'm really confused. Anyway, whereas Seneca Falls Town Board approved Phase 2 of the Safe Routes program, where it's required to move trees on the route, the town board must determine funding for this portion of the project. Seneca Falls Town Board has formally approved this portion of the project. Therefore, be it resolved that the Seneca Falls Town Board has authorized the principal town clerk to modify the 2021 budget to increase line 88989-408, Safe Routes to School, by $25,075 for this portion of the project if completed, and come from line number 8A1990-400, the contingency account. Have a second for that, please? Have a second for that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Again, the original estimate was almost twice as much as this. Lumber and React Tree Service came in at a very reasonable eventual cost. So the cost for that work is $25,075.04. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we offer an early retirement incentive to our current town employee. Pardon me?
You missed one.
When did I miss that?
Health insurance. Health insurance, double E.
Yeah, it's not really. All right, double E. Make a motion that we approve a new health insurance proposal for new town hires only. Have a second, please.
Second.
Discussion. I provided everybody with this proposal, the breakdown, comparison to other municipalities. The proposal for everyone's benefit is 70% town contribution, 30% employee contribution from the gold plan. Again, this is new hires. Current employees, please don't get nervous. We currently provide 90% contribution, and the employee only provides 10%. Would also like to propose no dental, just medical. And in retirement, maximum of 50% would be the town's contribution for the employee only after 20 years of service. The person must be officially retiring and collecting their New York State retirement pension. Nothing after Medicare kicks in at right now age 65.
Under the no dental, just medical, that's got to be 75% town and 25% employee, not 30.
I'm sorry, yeah. 75, 25, I'm sorry. Thank you, Dave. 75, 25 employees contribution. Okay. So again, it's for new employees, it's a cost-saving measure, it's something working forward. The town provides very, very good dental and health benefits all the way through death do us part. We pay for people's supplemental insurance after age 65 in Medicare. So again, it has no impact on any current employees. It's a moving forward benefit. Discussion, comments?
The part about people being truly retired and around the that makes perfect sense to me, and I embrace it, but is it enforceable? Or what happens if somebody is retired but then gets another job anyway?
Then they would lose their town benefit. Right now, people can retire after 20 years. They're 50 years old, and we pay their health insurance the rest of their life, and their spouses for the rest of her life or his life, and they go get a job at Goose Mountain or Seneca Falls Country Club. You know, I mean,
And they don't pay for the country club.
no, they don't pay for it. I have to get the plug in case the TV's running. So that's the purpose of that. And again, this is comparable to other municipalities. This is not just something that's pulled out of the sky type of thing. So it's worth your bringing to your attention. If you're interested, fine. If you're not, fine.
Is preventative dental awful expensive to offer to a family or employee?
I don't know what the premium is, Steve.
I mean, just, routine check.
I don't know if we're preventive dental. I don't know. I don't know what our dental plan is. Pretty expensive, isn't it, Kim? Our dental plan, or what?
I have no idea.
Huh?
No idea.
No idea. Missy, you know?
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
I don't know what the percentage is, I think, but it probably that. We have a couple different options too.
Further discussion?
Is that an actual resolution? I didn't get a copy of what Dave has in front of him.
It was emailed to us.
I emailed this to you probably 8 days ago, 9 days, something like that.
I don't have a copy of it. Is it a resolution or is it just?
It's a motion I'm making to adopt the new medical insurance policy for new hires.
Is there medical insurance language in our employee handbook?
Yes, there is.
So shouldn't we really be looking at the change or the addition to the language in the employee handbook, improving that change?
You got the terms there.
So this is out of the employee handbook?
Yeah, that's the current that's there now. We're gonna have to add, we passed this, we're gonna have to add it to the,
Right, it'll have to be language
Handbook.
added that after employees hired after this date,
this date,
these are the benefits.
and the Facebook 7 to whatever.
So according to the employee handbook, we currently pay new hires, old hires, new hires, we pay 90%, the employee pays 10%, they can choose from 3 plans. When an employee retires, according to our handbook, after 15 years of service, we pay 50%. After 20 years, we pay 60%. After 25 years, we pay 75%. After 30 years, we pay 80%. This includes the family plan members as well, and 65 and beyond, again, this would be the supplemental insurance. After 15 years, 70%, 20 years, 75%, et cetera, et cetera. That's all out of the handbook that we updated, but that we didn't touch that language. That's been part of the language for as long as I know. Steve.
This will be going into effect.
April 7th of this year.
If you vote on it today, it'll go into effect tomorrow.
It doesn't say, it's just not, I guess I'm uncomfortable making such a significant change without it really being a resolution. It's just kind of, like you say, it's an email. It doesn't have all the information.
All the whereases?
Well, it doesn't have the information, like when it takes effect, and, you know.
You have my motion on record? You
I
wanna
mean,
do
some
that?
things are, you know, you can kind of make a simple motion, but some things I think you need it laid out.
You know, Steve, I'm not going to disagree with you, but it's a little late, and so what I try to do as a town supervisor, I try to provide as much information I can to the town board members. I don't have any other better way to do it other than through email. My carrier pigeon's leg is broke, so I try to do it. I suggest every time I do it, if you have any questions, please ask. I would just ask you to say, Mike, could you put this in a resolution format for me so that when I'm voting that night, I can have a resolution format in front of me.
Well,
That's why I made a motion tonight.
It's much better for the town clerk too, as part of the town record. I mean, is she gonna put that email in the town record, or?
I don't have the email.
You don't have email?
I said I don't have that email.
You don't have that.
You didn't email it to me.
No, you're not on the town board.
No, but you should, because I need to have this.
But, okay, guys, listen, I should share with the town clerk information that I'm talking about with the town board. I should share that with the town clerk. And Jim Seneca too, or Jim Peterson too. And who else should I share it with?
I didn't say that.
But again, if the motion is carried, I'll provide all the information you want that you can put into the town minutes. It's all on tape.
All I can say is, got the email, I printed it at home. No, I guess I printed it off my phone. I came in the office and talked to you about it, right? We discussed it. And I figured all the other board members would do the same thing.
No, that's what the town board meeting is about.
Yeah, but you had an email out there
Discussion
to
of these
read.
proposals.
You
It's
gotta
not
read
that
the
you go
email.
in during the month and discuss every idea and that the town supervisor might come up with. No, it's during this time. But also, I should get a packet with that resolution in it and spelled out the terms, the money, the dollars, when did it start, when did it end, whatever. That's what I asked for. That's what a board should have. Sorry. You know, if I'm a stickler because you got some loosey-goosey email that's got a whole bunch of numbers and a whole lot of other stuff too, right? And there's more information in that email than just the changes to the insurance. So it's not a resolution. It's not an official government action. That's an email.
I made a motion. Every action does not require a resolution.
Well, when it comes to dollars and cents, I think a lot of them do.
Well, I think you're wrong if you look at your municipal law, but I'll defer to him. But But again, I made a motion, it has a second. We're in the discussion phase, okay? We'll continue discussion, but I will take a vote, and how it goes, that's the way it'll go, okay?
Mike, the only thing I would ask is that you amend the motion to include the effective date.
Okay. So I make a motion to change the medical insurance for new hires. The motion would be the town contribution would be 75%, the employee contribution would be 25% from the gold plan only. This is just medical, no dental, and just for the employee. In retirement, maximum contribution by the town will be 50%. After 20 years of service, must be officially retired and collecting their New York State pension, and no benefits after age 65. Effective April 7th, 2020. There was a second for that motion.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
I oppose.
That's carried 4-1. Councilman Churchill is opposed. Next. Early retirement incentive. I make a motion that we offer an early retirement incentive for current town employees who are eligible for the New York State Retirement System benefit and who have 20 years service in the town of Seneca Falls. Have a second for that, please. Don second. As we talked about previously, this has been kicked around for quite a long time now. I was instructed by board members to put, position by position, what the potential cost savings is, or will be, and so forth. As we talked about before, there are currently 12 town employees who would be eligible for their early retirement based on the criteria. I was asked to have this part of the agenda for discussion. We have a motion, we have a second, and now we can have our discussion type of thing. For the record, I provided the board basically broke down position to position, whether it be a database clerk or chief of police or highway superintendent person or whatever. I broke down potential savings or insurance savings and replacement savings and so forth and so on.
But people should realize that the savings are offset in this first year by the incentive itself.
Yes, sir.
Might have to be nosy, but what's the incentive to retire?
$15,000.
Oh, I didn't hear that part, I'm sorry.
You didn't, you're right, I'm sorry. You're 100% right.
So if somebody has, not that I'm an expert on retirement, so
You are.
I was the only person trained in the county for that. So if a person has 20 years and they're only 50 years old, they can't retire. You can't get the benefit unless you're 50 years old.
30 years and 55.
Yeah, 30 years and 55, there's no penalty, but somebody that just has 20 years and is less than, okay, so you have 20 years and 55, you gotta take a 36% cut in your benefit the rest of your life. You're not gonna get those people to retire for $15,000. And I'm not saying to raise it up, but I'm just saying, I don't know, the only people you're gonna get are the ones that have 30 years or more and 55.
That's
So
correct.
so the
That's why
20
I-
really doesn't mean anything. You should make
Well,
it 30 years.
What I said is that there's 12 people that meet that criteria.
Oh, 30 and 55?
Correct.
The only person that would benefit would be a police officer, because they can retire at 20 years and get their retirement. That's the way the police is set up. And they can take the 15,000, that might be worth it to them, but other than any employee who just has 20 years, they're not gonna do it. So, all right, that was it.
And the other thing is, a lot of the, again, a decision, if people took advantage of it, now the next thing is, do we have to replace every person who retires? You know what I'm saying? Can we save money through attrition by, doing that type of thing? But you're never gonna know who's gonna take advantage of it until something is offered, okay? And this would never be able to move, if we agree conceptually to the early retirement system, or the early retirement incentive, then I'd have to have the month where the attorneys would have to draw up a language that would be offered out to the employees.
You can hire those people back. Now they've raised it to 35.
Yeah, you're an expert at that too.
What's that? Yeah, I'm an expert at that too. But no, you can hire them back, or now it's up to 35, but you don't have to pay them the whole 35,000. You may say, gee, we really need that job to hire this person back for 15,000, and you would save some money. They wouldn't get any benefits. They're getting the benefits anyway because they retired 20 years old. But I'm just saying, you have a lot of options.
I'm up for adoption if you're interested. Further discussion?
Notice Frank didn't take your offer.
Okay. All in favor of conceptually offering a early retirement incentive to our employees who are eligible?
What is that conceptually?
Again, conceptually, I would get the exact language. If we're going to move forward, I would have the attorneys write up the exact language that would be provided as the, conceptually is 30 years or 55 and able to retire from the New York State health or New York State retirement system, and 20 years of service in the town, and the $15,000 incentive. Those are the three things that would have to be included in the link.
So would that finished document go back to us for approval?
Yeah, in May's meeting, we come back for approval. But I'm not going to have, if we're not going to approve that concept, then I'm not going to have the attorneys write up the language for it.
Well, so that is your motion, is to request that the attorney draw up an early retirement, essentially, letter for town employees.
That'll be the next motion, but this motion is, and seconded, and we're in discussion, to conceptually offer the incentive based on, again, those factors.
I don't know if it's necessary, but it's fine. I'll vote for it.
I'm sorry, Doug.
I said, I'm not sure what we're doing is necessary, but it's fine. That's fine with me.
Well, if the letter's going to come back for our approval, why don't we just wait till the letter comes back and then we can vote it?
Okay, so you don't want me, we don't have to worry about, so we can just offer like, offer $50,000 per employee?
No, the vote should be, do we want our attorney to draw up a letter for early retirement, a proposal for early retirement?
And what do we put into it?
This is setting the terms. This is a question of, do you guys agree on what the terms are going to be?
But if the letter's going to come back, what are we approving that?
When the letter comes back with the exact language, if in May you don't want to approve that letter, then this is just,
I don't know, just seems like you get it first.
okay. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Jim over there said he wanted 25,000.
Only if I get a Bobcat. Talk about it.
You can borrow mine.
Okay, all in favor of the motion to develop a early retirement incentive for our employees based on these conditions of, again, age 55 and able to 30 years in the New York State retirement system and 20 years of service for the town and a $15,000 cash incentive, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? That's carried. I will now reach out to the attorneys to draft the language. I'll bring that back for your approval in May, and if you don't like the language in May, or if you have a change of heart and you don't think the incentive is the right path to go, you don't have to approve the letter. This is just conceptually with that.
This has no significance, it's just curiosity. Is it something Pat does or Von Chenica?
It would be Van Chenica and labor. Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Mary Scholes as an alternate to the zoning board, right?
Marie Scholes? No.
No,
Yes, I'm sorry.
zoning board.
Yeah,
Mary Scholes to,
Marie.
Marie, I'm sorry, thank you. Marie Scholes to the zoning board member as an alternative. Can I have a second for that, please?
Second.
Discussion.
What is DKG on her application?
I don't know.
DKG.
EKG, I don't know. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. We have two people that we've advertised for an alternate. We have another person that we're going to reach out to tomorrow to. She had initially asked for zoning, but Marie can't be on planning because Tom is on planning. Other way around, whatever. But I'm going to reach out to this young lady and see if she would be interested in serving on the zoning board.
Okay, so Marie is planning.
She's planning.
We should we approve Maria for planning?
Yes, planning.
Did I approve her for zoning?
Yeah.
I think I did. Okay.
Yeah, Tom's on zoning, so.
Okay. So Marie has got to go to planning.
Yes. Planning board member.
Okay. All right, so just pretend I didn't make that motion.
Okay.
I make a motion that we appoint Maria Scholes to the alternate for planning board.
Right.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
So.
I'm going to put this right back in the file,
Put
okay?
it
For the
back
other
in
one.
there, yes, because she spoke to us.
Okay. We are going to table letter II. I'd like to... No, not tonight. I'm going to reach out and see if she's interested in doing it.
Oh, there's another application somewhere for zoning?
Yeah. We had two, yeah. I'd like a motion that we accept a list of credits for the water and sewer department totaling $1,211.40. Have a second for that, please? Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Is there any
Yes.
unfinished new business?
Yes.
Yes. What I forgot?
The lease of 115.
The lease is 60.
I mean, 60 State Street.
Here's something.
That gave it to you.
He did, I know. He gave it to me. I know he gave it to me. Honestly. I have a resolution here to lease 60 State Street, whereas the town of Seneca Falls owns property located at 60 State Street, whereas State Street, formerly housed the Seneca Falls Police Department, the town has built a new facility for the police department and other town operations, whereas the town has received a proposal to lease the property to Elderly Incorporated of Oaks Corners, which would put this property to some beneficial use and provide fair and adequate compensation to the town. Now therefore, the town board of the town of Seneca Falls hereby accepts the proposal submitted by Elderly to lease 60 State Street property for the term of 6 months at the rate of $700 per month, including utilities. Further, that this resolution is subject to permissive referendum and will take effect 30 days from the date of adoption or after the permissive referendum. Can I have a second for that, please? Thank you. As you know, just a little history here, 60 State Street is, we have an offer on 60 State Street. It's contingent upon DRI funding. As Doug said earlier, no idea when that's all going to happen and so forth. This is a very short-term opportunity. The engineer reached out to me, want to know if we had anything to rent for a short period of time, 5 to 6 months. Right now, we're collecting no income from it, we're just paying the gas and electric bill. He's only going to use a small portion where the old port was. Apparently, when the town had the building sold previously, and then they allowed the new owner to move in, and that new owner actually started tearing walls down and stuff. And then the new owner backed out of the agreement and left the place. Okay, so we're not doing any refurbishing or anything. There's a part of the court or the part of the building that was not touched, and he's just going to use that as an office with a computer, a place to hang his hat, and so forth, type of thing. And it's, as I said, we're getting no revenue from it right now, so it's an opportunity to pick up on something else.
Has there been a conversation with the prospective buyer?
No.
Other than they very much do not want to move on that without the DRA.
I know.
I've insisted that we can.
I don't want her to be blindsided with this.
Well, it's a short term.
No, I can grab a couple copies tomorrow and let her know. The word on the street is, shut me off. I'll mention it to her. No, you're right. She might think that we're underneath there or something.
So, but either way, it doesn't take effect for 30 days.
Are we still in new business?
Pardon me?
Still in new business?
We are.
There was no motion.
We got any other new business?
Yes.
Wait a minute.
Okay,
We gotta vote on this motion.
Oh, yeah, right, thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, I would like to, given the recent activity with the solar farm, in Waterloo, Falls, there's the project out proposed in 414 to inject methane or whatever into the pipeline. I would like to have this board implement a moratorium on these energy projects, new energy projects in Seneca Falls, for the purposes of, first of all, gaining a better understanding of the projects and seeing how they're potentially going to impact our community. I know we have the planning board to do that, but I think sometimes the planning board is just looking at, the I's and the T's. Also, I think it really makes sense for us to, and we heard it earlier, we have no solar law or codes on the book to deal with this stuff. The one out on 318 looks like it's going to be one hell of a project. I mean, it looks like they're taking up a whole lot of space. There's not a lot of property when it comes to solar farms. There's not a lot of property in Seneca Falls that's available for residential build out, if that was in our future. There's very little property really left for that. And what do I mean by that? Property that has utilities, gas, water, sewer. That particular property in Garden Street Extension has some of those services. It may be better if it wasn't tied up for 25 years with solar panels on it. We really need to look at the impact and benefits to the town of these. They're certainly beneficial to the investors. They get the tax breaks, and that's what they're really looking for. We don't get any electricity from it. We don't get anything like that. Typically, there's a pilot program gives them a tax break, and then the property is off the for 25 years. So I would like to see us tonight implement a moratorium, say for 1 year, and we can look and do the analysis and get some input, learn more about these projects instead of just, let them come in here with some attorneys and some fancy plans, and the next thing you know, they're a done deal, and they benefit two people. The folks that put it up and maybe the property owner. But very little benefit to this town. So I look for a second to that motion.
I'll second that.
I certainly would nowhere near being prepared to vote on a motion I can't see. Not to be sarcastic or not, but anyway, that was the sarcastic part. No, I would not be prepared to vote on that motion because, as far as I'm concerned, a moratorium for a year is a pretty drastic thing. I have the utmost faith in the process of planning and zoning, who are going through, assisted with legal and engineering if necessary. This says that what planning and zoning is doing is not legitimate type of thing. I think they perform the vetting process. But as a community, if we're looking out, if you think that the community in general is opposed to clean energy and these types of solar farms and so forth, or windmills or whatever it may be, then that's something that I would never be prepared to vote for tonight.
I didn't
It'd be
say
something
that.
that I would have to really.
No, I'm 100% behind green energy, but I think that they come in fast. I mentioned two projects, the solar farm.
But when you say fast, we're talking, probably 3 years from beginning to end.
Well, you don't hear anything about it. Maybe some people hear about it. I've heard about it in the past month. To me, that's fast. And I'm on the town board. So I don't know where you got your information, but it's not getting passed along.
When you get your packet, there's all the minutes from the planning
I
and
read
zoning.
it, yeah, and I read it.
And they're in there.
Right. And
It's
it's all
been zoning for the last 4 years I've been at.
I think when I came on, the one that's going on Gravel Road that they finally started.
Yeah, that one I've heard about.
That one, that was in the project, in the works for at least 3 years.
Absolutely, that one I've heard about.
And the one on Gravel Road, on Garden Street Extension, they just started the process.
Exactly, and I think we should put a moratorium in place so we can, that's particular, that one's a shovel in the ground, it's already on its way. This one is not, they really just started the process, and that is prime residential property that's gonna be potentially taken off the tax rolls for 25 years. That's not gonna benefit, I don't know that it's gonna benefit the town, but we need to, does anybody else on this board know what the benefit of putting a solar farm down in Garden Street Extension is gonna do for this town? You do?
Yep.
What's it gonna do?
It's going to provide a source of, clean energy.
That's not,
wait.
no, it's in the town. It goes into the grid, doesn't it?
I think clean energy is important for a town.
There's
For
a
me,
lot of land.
I'm an environmentalist, Steve. I think it's important for me.
I have to be.
I've lived here my whole entire life, and
I think I'm an environmentalist over you in spades, okay? You want to compare environmental records, scorecards, but that's not what it's about here.
Okay.
It's about the best interest of this town.
right. But I've lived here for 64 years, and Garden Street Extension has been, in this particular area, has been nothing for farmland for 64 years.
Moratorium. It's not forever.
Okay,
So,
absolutely.
moratorium. And the other thing I'd like to say about this methane injection, whatever it is, I guess the plan is for some company to collect methane from dairy farmers. We have no dairy farms in the town of Seneca Falls. So again, this would be a project, if that's what it is, and again, I've just heard a little bit about it. If that's what they're really doing, they would be bringing in methane from farms all over New York State, but not the town of Seneca Falls.
It's true, he's bringing this methane gas from dairy farms in Ithaca, in the south of us.
Nothing in Seneca Falls.
To your question about the Nexamp project out of that Garden Street, and Pat, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chandler and the Barberries were not interested in developing that as far as residential homes were concerned, Steve, because it was something I was interested in too. But unfortunately, they did or not.
Well, everybody has a price, right? I mean, they're obviously interested in putting up solar panels for 25 years.
I think what was set aside for residential higher-end homes in the comprehensive plan was the property that you see on Garden Street across Manfred Drive where TV sits now. There was at one time in the previous administration with Diane Smith, when she was there, that was touted, was where in the comprehensive plan the higher-end homes were built that we would need.
But there are services
that
down
was
there,
sold.
right? All the services are down there along that
And as far as the, as you're talking about the methane gas facility, it's really something that everybody's trying to get their arms around still, I think, as far as the.
That's why I would like to put before the sharp attorneys wiggle their way in here, I would like to put a moratorium on these energy projects so we can better understand, so the board can better understand.
But Steve, it's a planning and zoning issue. They don't need the town board.
The comprehensive plan is not just a zoning and planning board issue. The comprehensive plan is essentially.
Yeah, that's the whole idea that we're going to work on now with, making things match up with the comprehensive plan.
Let me read the.
Oh, wait a minute, Steve, let me just finish, okay? This project on 414, it's in front of the county planning board right now. They've invested thousands and thousands of dollars. And now we're going to say, we're not interested.
No, we're going to say, we're putting, a moratorium is a local enactment which temporarily suspends a landowner's right to obtain development approval while the community, us, consider and potentially adopts changes to its comprehensive plan and or its land use regulations to address new circumstances not addressed in its current law. And earlier, we don't have laws that deal with solar panels. We don't have laws that deal with methane injection into whatever. I say, let's implement a timeout, understand this stuff, maybe make the adjustments to the codes that were requested earlier that might help us.
Okay, you had a motion, there's no second, so.
There was a second.
There was, I'm sorry.
You're really in a rush to get this just flushed down the toilet.
Not at all. No, I'm in a rush to go. I got an executive session. It's 10 o'clock. If there's any more discussion, I'll take a vote. I apologize. Doug, I know, Doug.
No, because I wanted to get to the discussion today. I think, in my head, zoning and planning deal with whether they can. And it falls, we are the ones that are faced with whether they should. And there's not been that conversation. I've learned more about these projects in the last 5 minutes, not to fault anybody here, but then I learned it from any other source. And it used to be, the very first time there was a solar project proposed, that company came and talked to us. Nobody from these other companies has come and talked to us. And not like they have to come pay homage to us or anything. But we're responsible for making the decision about whether we should embrace these technologies or not. And that conversation has not been had. So whether we end in a moratorium or simply more conversation, the conversation has to be had. And running it through planning and zoning isn't enough.
I agree. But they're nowhere, the one on Garden Street Extension, they're nowhere near that point of coming to the board and saying, this is what this is what they want to do. The one on Gravel Road, then when they came.
But then the argument will be, well, they're too far along. They should be here. They should have talked to us first.
I don't even know who it is, Beth.
Even that's right. We don't know who it is.
I don't know. My fault, my bad.
As a town board, we should know.
Planning and zoning knows, okay?
We need to know.
Nikki knows. I don't know when this thing started.
All this information is sitting in the zoning office. There's a full set of plans for everybody to look at. But otherwise, a moratorium is a local law, so
it's a process. So my motion is to start the process.
To start the process, you can schedule a public hearing for next month if you wish. but it's a local law, cannot be enacted tonight. Ultimately, we do have the projects that come in, they are subject, there is no code specifically for solar installations. There is no code specifically for windmills. There is and nobody has a code for a methane gas injection into a pipeline.
Existing pipeline.
Right, to an existing pipeline, because that sort of whole process is very new. But they are subject to the same zoning code that everybody else is. All the setbacks, we do have energy producing is a use in our code that is limited to the various districts, whether it be an industrial or into an agricultural district, which is where these things are taking place. They're all in agricultural districts, which, for one, it's sometimes it's an allowable use in an agricultural district, and otherwise, you talked about the tax implications. For instance, the place out on Gravel Road is taking land that was agricultural. Yes, it was subject to an agricultural assessment. That agricultural assessment now goes away. Under New York State law, they would otherwise be exempt from the additions they're making onto the property, but we have a payment in lieu of taxes agreement with them, so there's a pilot in place. So the value of the land is going up because it's losing the agricultural exemption. And we have a pilot in place to address the improvements on the land, whereas New York State law would allow for full exemption for those exemptions. Full exemption for those improvements, excuse me.
Are there state programs that allow these places to come in and basically steamroll the community?
It's late. Yes, it's late at night, right? You guys have asked a lot of really good questions. From my personal standpoint, you need to keep asking the questions. I would not favor a moratorium to stop all progress in the town, or even temporarily.
Well, that's all a moratorium is. Moratorium.
Even temporarily, you've got these processes in place, and I think you should educate yourselves about what's happening. But the land that you're saying, for example, the land that you're saying you want for residential development is zoned agricultural, and you can't do residential development in agricultural zones.
I understand that.
So this is not just an energy problem.
I understand.
This is a comprehensive plan problem.
It is.
And if you think that this town is ready to take on 5 years of comprehensive planning, then you should go down that road.
I think we need to look at it. You know, I'm one man on the board. I'm trying to do the best damn job I can. I think these things, like I say, they come in fast. I don't know anything about them. The rest of the board members don't know anything about them. Next thing you know, you got people are saying, what the hell is that thing being built out on XYZ? How'd it get here? Don't have any answers for them. Don't understand it.
I've been living it for
And do
5
we need
years.
them? And do we really benefit?
So
No.
I have the opposite.
You know, maybe 318, yeah, the pilot might bring us some money that the agricultural assessment's not gonna bring in, but you don't know the future. You tie those up with 25 years of solar panels, nothing else is going out there. You know, maybe it's agricultural today, but maybe somebody had their eye on it for something else in 5 years, but it's not gonna happen. Same thing with this property down here. And they get more and more because they're getting tax exempt, tax breaks, and these companies are making money off these. They don't give a damn about putting green energy out there. They're making money on these
It
investments.
can't be good from a conceptual standpoint to cover every green space we've got with solar. It can't be good for the community, even if it generates.
It's not even a practical reality. You're going to reach a limit on solar farms. You've only got certain
They need to be near the power line. Very limited area that can be.
And then the amount of development, the amount of solar development that can happen on any specific grid is also limited. So this is not going to turn into, like, everywhere in the town is a solar farm.
Could you repeat the last thing you just said?
There is very limited, solar grids can only, solar panels can only go on a power grid in certain cases. And you can't put all the solar grids for the New York State in Seneca Falls. You can only put enough to serve what the grid capacity can do. And the grid capacity is based on our population.
Do you know if we're near that point now where this is, the projects in the pipeline are about all that could happen around here?
I don't know the exact number, but I think my sense is we're halfway home.
Let's find out.
Okay,
Moratorium.
we okay on the discussion part? All in favor of Steve's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All,
Wait a minute, how many ayes?
Aye.
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 okay, all opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
I think it's something we need to talk about, think about, but maybe next month.
You got a month to think about it.
Well, yeah, right, we just start the process. Yeah, we got some time. Right,
I
carries.
have a question. Anything that is already started doesn't apply to this moratorium, right?
Well, I was looking at that, that's gonna be a big question, as to, it gets into a question of vested rights, and has to do with any amounts invested, in that proposal.
My understanding is until a shovel goes in the ground, the moratorium will stop the project. I mean, otherwise, how could you ever, right, how could a town, I mean, it's like this, they get out ahead of it.
So that's a question that we gotta look at.
Yeah, there's a lot we're gonna learn, which is good.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we pay the bills ahead of time. Somebody make a second.
I didn't.
Thank you. Okay, I make a motion that we enter an executive session. Got a second, please?
Second.
For personnel reasons, I'd like to invite for personnel and real estate purposes, I'd like to invite the town attorney for the section of the executive session for real estate, that means for the personnel issue, and also there'll be no action taken from the executive session. So when we come out, there'll be nothing to report.
So a motion is made by you, who's second?
I did, second.
Okay, let's go over to the atrium.
As reported in this board meeting, Seneca Falls residents may sign up for Code Red community alerts to be notified by the local emergency response team in the event of emergency situations or critical community alerts, such as evacuation notices, bioterrorism alerts, boil water notices, and missing child reports.